Okay, so we are at quorum, so we'd like to get started. For the record, the time is now 11:11 a.m., and we have begun the Assembly Bill 32 Environmental Justice Advisory Committee public meeting. Welcome, everyone. My name is Karina Jaj, and I'm the lead staff in the Office of Environmental Justice, Tribal Affairs, and Border Relations. I'm excited to be here with you all today. Before we start with order of business, housekeeping will be covered on Zoom to facilitate the public comment period, Spanish interpretation, and a few critical details related to the Sacramento facilities. Spanish interpretation will be provided in the Zoom Spanish channel for the duration of the meeting. We have 2 interpreters to support today's meeting. And for those in the building, restrooms are outside the door to the left and down the hall by the drinking fountains. In case of an emergency, please exit out the door and to the right down the stairs. For members of the public participating remotely, you will be able to raise your hand in Zoom to speak during the public comment period. When it is your turn, the host will ask you to unmute, and after you click on the unmute button from your end, you may begin to speak. We'll be switching off between commenters in the room and on Zoom. We intend to give each commenter 3 minutes to speak, and we'll let you know if any changes are required based on the volume of comments. In the event that *6 does not work to unmute, CARB can unmute you. We appreciate you staying on mute until it's your turn to speak, just to be respectful of everyone's turn. Before providing your question or comment, please state your name and affiliation, if applicable, so that we know who's speaking. We'll do our best to do the same in the room for members of the public to know who's talking. And Zoom Q&A and chat functions are turned off for participants. Aldo, if you would please translate the information on this slide.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Muy buenos días a todos ustedes. Esta reunión va a estar proporcionando servicios de interpretación en español. En la brevedad, usted va a ver un icono en forma de un mundo en la parte inferior de la pantalla. Por favor, presiónelo y elija el idioma de su preferencia. En este caso sería español. Ahora también, si gusta también participar, ya sea por teléfono o por Zoom, puede marcar por el número 2 o levantar su mano para que pueda participar. Se les informará a los participantes que estén utilizando un teléfono cuando se les dé la oportunidad para que puedan proporcionar su comentario. Por favor, cuando marque, presione estrella 6 para silenciar o reactivar su sonido. You may continue.
Thank you. For those who are participating in person, to prevent echoes, we request that you click on the symbol next to the unmute button as seen in number 1. Next, select Leave Computer Audio as seen in number 2. Also, please make sure to stay muted for the full duration of the meeting to avoid background noise as seen in number 3. Aldo, please provide the instructions on this slide.
Thank you. Participantes también que están de formato presencial allí en la sala, para evitar ecos, por favor, se les sugiere que por favor arreglen todo después de unirse en la reunión y seleccionar abandonar el audio de la computadora y asegurarse de ponerlo en silencio. Para arreglar esto, después de unirse a la reunión, seleccione abandonar el audio de la computadora y asegúrese de ponerlo en silencio.
Thank you. So next, we will provide instructions in English and Spanish, and then we'll enable the Zoom interpretation features. When the interpretation globe appears at the bottom right corner of Zoom, as seen in number 1, please choose your preferred language as English or Spanish, as seen in number 2. Aldo, could you please provide the instructions in Spanish?
Thank you. Ahora, a continuación, vamos a proporcionar las indicaciones de cómo escuchar la interpretación en su idioma. En los controles de la reunión, haga clic de interpretación y esto puede localizarlo en la parte inferior de su pantalla. You may continue.
Thank you. For individuals in the room needing in-person translation services, please raise your hand and a staff person will log you into Zoom. CARB staff will ensure that your headset's on and working prior to speaking. Aldo, could you please provide these instructions in Spanish?
Thank you. Por favor, levante su mano si es necesario para que podamos proporcionarle servicios de interpretación y proporcionarle un dispositivo. También el personal del CARB los estará apoyando y le proporcionaremos unos auriculares que le darán la traducción simultánea para que pueda escuchar.
Thank you. If for any reason you require technical Zoom support in today's meeting, please contact Bobby Roosh, who is in person here in Sacramento, by email as provided on this slide. We will do our best to assist you. Today's meeting is being recorded. CARB staff will post to the EJAC meetings and events website in the coming weeks. This is the same website where you can find all materials for today's meeting as provided on this slide. Aldo, could you please provide these instructions in Spanish?
Sure. Si necesita apoyo técnico, por favor comuníquese con Bobby Rich, que está su correo electrónico ahorita en la pantalla, a favor de enviar un correo electrónico. También como recordatorio, la reunión se estará grabando. Los materiales que se estarán utilizando como formato de apoyo están disponibles en el enlace que aparece ahorita en su pantalla y también eso estará disponible una vez que se termine la reunión. Podrán proporcionar la grabación. You may continue.
Thank you. So with that, I would like to begin the EJAC member roll call. As a reminder, this is the formal record of meeting attendance, and therefore we ask that all EJAC members respond when your name is called. Please state here your affiliation, your pronouns, and if you are on or off camera. And if you are off, the reason for doing so consistent with our meeting requirements. For EJAC members who join the meeting later, we'll be asking for them to verbally announce their attendance in the same fashion so it's clear to all participants. So to begin, Martha Dina Arguello.
Present.
Martha Dina, could you also announce your affiliation, pronouns, and if you were on
yes,
or off
I'm
camera?
sorry.
No worries.
I'm Marta Dina Arguello. I am on camera right now. I am with Physicians for Social Responsibility and I use she, her pronouns.
Thank you. Juan Flores.
Here, Juan Flores with the Center on Race, Poverty, and the Environment. I'm currently off camera. I had a schedule conflict. For whatever reason, I thought we were gonna start at 1. So I'm in transit. I'm driving, but as soon as I get to my house, I'll turn my camera on.
Thank you. Catherine Garupa.
Good morning. This is Dr. Catherine Garupa with the Central Valley Air Quality Coalition, or CVAC. I use they and she pronouns, and I am in the building in Sacramento.
Thank you. Kevin Hamilton.
Good morning. This is Kevin Hamilton. I'm with Central California Asthma Collaborative. I use he, him pronouns, and I am on camera. I will be off for a few minutes here while I take care of a couple of things.
John Harriel Jr. Thomas Helm. Matt Holmes. Matt, I don't think we can hear you if you're trying to speak. Kevin Jefferson III. Ray Leon.
Present. Ray Leon, the Leap Institute.
Thank you. And are you on or off camera?
I believe I'm on camera. Can you guys see me?
Yes.
Yes, we can. Thank you. Luis Olmedo.
Luis Olmedo Velez, I am with Comité Cívico del Valle.
Thank you. And Jill Sherman Warren. Okay, and then just going to go back to Matt Holmes. Okay, no worries. Thank you, everyone. So now I will go ahead and turn it over to our co-chairs to go over today's agenda.
Good morning again, everyone. This is Dr. Catherine. After introductions and opening remarks, we'll begin our discussion of a resolution that's been drafted thanks to Martha Dina and team on carbon capture, utilization, and storage, or CCUS, and direct air capture, or DAC. After discussing the draft resolution, we'll take a lunch break. Then we will have panelists speak to us on CCUS and its legal, economic, and technological implications as a climate strategy. So we have 2 guest speaker presentations, followed by questions and discussion with the committee. Agenda item number 5 will be on the direct regulation of livestock methane. This is a follow-up to our resolution on the low carbon fuel standard. And again, we will hear from 3 guest speakers and then have discussion. As time allows, we'll take a short break and then have public comment before wrapping it up with next steps and closing remarks. Over to Martha Dina for our meeting agreements.
Thank you, Catherine. So we're familiar with these. So pay attention to equity of airtime, be present, be open and flexible in our approaches, be realistic and monitor our ability to get through the agenda. We seek out synergies in our work. We do yes and, so we build off each other's work. If virtual, keep the camera on throughout the duration of the meeting or let us know if you're off camera but listening so that we maintain quorum. If leaving the meeting, notify the staff or the co-chairs. We encourage to listen and be compassionate and supportive. We reach for and invite inspiration and intuition, look for ways to move forward when possible, respect the agenda and trust the process, and we all share responsibility for our success. And with that, I'll hand it back over to Catherine.
Thank you, Martha Dina. So now I would like to begin with our opening remarks, and I'll turn it over to Dr. Cliff.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone, and really appreciate your being there today. And I apologize for not being in person. I had a pre-existing engagement today that I'm attending just after this. So after my opening remarks, I actually will be heading out. So I'm Steve Cliff. I'm the Executive Officer of the California Air Resources Board, and I know we have a lot of important topics on the agenda today. And I'm really glad that you're having this conversation, and I will certainly be discussing that with staff following today's meeting. Today's discussion includes two main items, as I understand it: the carbon capture, utilization, and storage item, direct air capture, and direct regulation of livestock methane. So as many of you know, CARB is one of several agencies that is tasked with implementing SB 905 to build the state framework for carbon capture, removal, utilization, and storage. And for those of you that don't know, SB 905 requires CARB to create the carbon capture, removal, utilization, and storage program to evaluate, demonstrate, and regulate carbon capture, utilization, and sequestration, and carbon dioxide removal projects and technology. We're continuing to recruit for the staff positions that we received to build out that small team. We're going to begin work on the IT project for the permit portal and the web-based system for listing CCS projects and their status. Of course, we want to have transparency and accountability throughout this process. This is a multi-year process, and it involves working with other state agencies, including the State Department of Technology, to develop that system. EJAC's also going to discuss the topic of direct regulation of livestock methane, and I know there's more guest speakers on this topic today. As it relates to the direct regulation of livestock methane, CARB and CDFA, the California Department of Food and Ag, received a formal petition from Climate Action California in March of this year. And that petition asked us to regulate livestock methane emissions. We have responded to that formal petition recently, and it was posted on our website at the end of May. So hopefully folks have had an opportunity to see our response. The response partially grants and partially denies that petition, and specifically we granted in part the ongoing work related to assessing the prerequisites for regulating dairy emissions under SB 1383 later this year, and engaging with stakeholders and community members, including at an August 2024 workshop, which we're planning now, and continuing to evaluate emissions data and conducting additional analyses of progress towards the 2030 target, continuing incentives and technical assistance work, and researching and supporting strategies to address criteria pollutants and methane emissions from the dairy and livestock sector. And we denied in part as to immediately initiating a rulemaking as we evaluate these criteria that are prerequisites as listed under SB 1383. The question on regulating livestock emissions requires a little more technical work on our part, and the information provided today may help inform that ongoing work, and of course, in our workshop in August as well. So I want to express my deep gratitude to all of you for your commitment and participation in today's meeting, and to encourage us all to think about how we can continue to make progress as we prepare for that joint meeting between EJAC members and the CARD board in September of this year. I'm going to pause there and allow the members a chance to ask any questions about those updates before I move on to an exciting announcement.
I see Matt has his hand up.
Yeah, this will be quick. Matt Holmes, California Environmental Justice Coalition. There's my introduction, he, him pronouns. And also, so Stephen, when SB 905 and that process is complete, will that give California primacy over the entire permitting process, including the Class 6 injection permit that normally operates under US EPA? Are we taking over responsibility for the injection permit?
Matt, I'll just let you know that's a little beyond my capability to answer right now, but we can certainly get a response back to you on that.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. If no other
Kevin,
questions.
go ahead.
Okay.
No, we have one more
perfect.
question from Kevin.
Oh, we do have another question.
Just following up on Matt's question, are you going to need a waiver for this?
Sorry, a waiver? Is that what you said?
Yeah, from EPA? From
The waiver process is really about mobile source emissions, so that wouldn't really be applicable under this type of program.
I thought so, but I figure it's always worth checking.
Yeah. No, good question. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Dr. Catherine, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So thank you for these details. This is helpful to know, and obviously a process that we're anxious to see move forward. So I heard that the piece about moving forward on the IT project and staffing up for that. And so wondering about the timeline for the other staff. Obviously, we're really invested in seeing the community protections piece move forward and making sure that projects don't do things like increase air pollution. And as you all well know, there are projects that are moving forward in the permitting process.
Yeah, thank you for that, and definitely understand. I will say we're moving forward as expeditiously as possible. We are, as I mentioned, we're doing the staffing up. That's a time-consuming process, and the staffing and resources that we receive for this work is not allowing us to move as quickly as quickly as we would have liked, I guess is the best way to say it. But there has been some work in our collaboration with CNRA and some of the initial steps regarding 905 that have taken place. But I will take that more as a comment and want to continue to engage with you throughout this process, and we certainly will do that and understand the concerns around emissions associated with these projects, and have certainly heard that.
Martha Dina, you can go ahead.
Yeah, I think, I continue to be very worried about the pace of the projects that are on the ground moving forward with no regulatory structure. And, not that I have a lot of faith in the regulations, because I keep saying this is how we got here, through regulations. And so what is CARB? What is anybody going to do about, but you can only respond to CARB, but I sort of feel like it needs a broader response about these projects that are moving forward without, the often promised guardrails. And, it just seems like a very dangerous idea to move forward with these projects so quickly
Yeah.
without this in place. And to me, this is one of those things where rigor is better than acting on urgency. And this, using the urgency of the climate crisis to push things that we know are not going to be good for environmental justice communities. There's layers of injustice to doing that, right? And so, yeah, I'll stop there.
Thank you. Yeah, I think I don't know how to best respond to that. I hear you and fully agree with the need to get through this process and develop strong regulatory framework for how projects such as these would be included in our climate programs. I don't know whether this response will help or not, but many of these projects will not, for lack of a better term, pencil out without being able to receive credit under our programs. So to the extent that they are moving forward, what we're hearing, at least from project proponents, is they're concerned about not knowing the rules, because if they don't get credit under our programs, they're not viable projects. So there's kind of a chicken and egg on the investment piece as well, which tends to suggest to me that these projects are not going to, the planning part of the projects are moving forward, but the on the ground work, at least for to scale type projects, are not ultimately going to be getting too far ahead of the regulatory process without knowledge of what that outcome looks like. So, like I say, I don't know if that helps or not. It's not a direct answer to the question. We want to do a rigorous process. We want to work through that with accountability and transparency. And I think that what I'm saying is that projects such as these are going to be moving along sort of at pace with our rules and our rule development, program development as well.
Well, that seems to build up the pressure for you to include, to provide the program so that there's money. It just seems, yeah. Well, I guess we'll get into it. It just feels like that's a route to continue. It's just a dangerous route. You continue to incentivize, policies and technologies that the environmental justice community internationally is, and in California, pretty in deep agreement that are not a good idea. And yet you're setting up a system where it's almost impossible for communities to be heard who are saying, slow this down, stop putting public resources into this technology that can't actually function without that has questionable results. So
I appreciate that. Yeah, and I like I said, I'll really look forward to hearing more from the discussions today, and take your point. I absolutely take your point, and that is going to be part of our process as well. Any of our regulatory processes will also follow all of the requirements that are on us in terms of what's required by state law. And in addition, we'll be wanting to have engagement with not only this committee, but with communities as we develop those programs. So really appreciate that point and understand the tension that is inherent in us not having a lot of information out there yet. And so wanting to get more into the program so that we can start discussing the details as soon as we can. And is it time for my exciting announcement?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. The edge of my seat here.
Great. Well, thank you. So the exciting announcement is that CARB has a new member of the executive team who is in the room. Courtney Smith is our new Principal Deputy Executive Officer. So Courtney joined us on Monday. She's had a whirlwind week of traveling to our Riverside facility. We had an all hands meeting this week, lots of internal meetings. We had a really nice discussion yesterday on cultural awareness with Kevin Hamilton. So we've had a really great and fun week with lots and lots and lots going on. I'm sure she's glad that Friday is here. So with that, I'm going to turn it to Courtney, and that's the end of my remarks. But Courtney, on to you.
Thanks so much, Steve. Good morning, everyone. Steve mentioned my name's Courtney Smith. I do use she, her pronouns. And honestly, I'm really humbled to return to CARB in this role, especially at such a critical time when there is so much work being done and work that needs to be done to make sure that we're carrying out our programs in a way, and especially the AB 32 programs, but in a way that really is maximizing benefits and minimizing impacts on our impacted communities statewide. I just mentioned that this is a return to CARB for me. I did start my state public service career here at the Air Resources Board, supporting research on sustainable community development. But before that, I worked at the San Francisco Public Health Department, and I also worked for CBOs in the Bay Area, carrying out community-based participatory research in the Richmond area. So community health, environmental justice have been longstanding priorities for me. So I'm really excited to continue to carry that mantle in this role. Since that time at CARB, which was almost a decade ago, I have served in a couple of roles within the administration, again, focused on climate and energy, helping manage teams, large teams that are responsible for carrying out climate and energy programs. I served as the chief deputy of the California Air Resources, the Energy Commission, and then most recently was at the Department of Conservation, where I helped lead the division that was responsible for regulating oil and gas production in the state. One of the things that I'm really proud of in that role is really partnering with communities in the Central Valley to do joint inspections with the Air Resources Board to address concerns around leaks associated with oil and gas production, and then also helping lead implementation of the SB 1137 public health setback, which while is on pause now, really helping prepare the team to be prepared to re-implement that. So public health has been a longstanding priority for me. I know there's a long agenda today. I do want to just personally say, as of this morning, I was planning to be here for the entire conversation. And unfortunately, between then and now, I had a personal issue arise. So I'm going to stay as long as I can. I'm really interested to hear some of the conversation on carbon capture, utilization, and storage in particular. I'll just say I'm just really looking forward to helping support and the ongoing EJAC work. And I do understand that there is an important joint meeting coming up in September. So with that, I don't want to take more airtime. I'm going to pass it off to Chanel, but just really thank you for the invitation to be here today.
Sure, and I'll chime in. So apologies that oh wait, is there an echo? Nope. Okay. I was going to say apologies that I am not in person or on camera. I meant to be there today, but I have something going on with my stomach. So I am virtual. I just wanted to thank you to Dr. Cliff for your leadership, to Courtney, hooray, for joining us as CARB as the principal deputy. For those that don't know, that's basically Steve's number 2. So I'm excited to work with and for Courtney. So glad that you could both be here. I'm going to be really quick and just, again, do a broad welcome to everyone that's here. Both, I think, my colleagues, my fellow deputies who are online, as well as the chair's office who are here with us today. And I also want to give a huge thanks to those who are public members for listening in and engaging. I will turn it over to the EJAC co-chairs for their opening remarks and then to kick us off for today's discussion. Thank you again.
Yeah, congratulations, Courtney, on your new role. Given that you're new to this role, I want to take the opportunity to welcome you and invite you to learn firsthand of the environmental justice priorities. A lot of times agencies have sort of institutional knowledge, isn't always connected to the communities. And someone who has been for a couple of decades already in some way or another interacting with the Air Board, I want to bring it back to where the deputies are connecting directly to our communities. I think we've given it a try where we concentrate environmental justice. It's not working for my community. So I would like to invite you and give you a tour, sit down with stakeholders so that we can have some conversations on how we can support you to support our communities in your role. Thank you.
I just say I'm really thankful for that offer and can't wait to take you up on it.
This is Dr. Catherine. I was going to kick off the co-chair's comments here in the room, Martha Dina, and then pass it over to you because you also have the next agenda item. So good morning, everybody. And again, thank you for joining. Just want to reflect on the pride that I feel in the fact that as a committee, we do continue to convene really important conversations where we're educating ourselves and we're educating all of the participants in our process and advocating on priorities that are essential to environmental justice communities. As Dr. Cliff said, hopefully we are informing what's happening at CARB, and ultimately I think eventually, hopefully we're shaping and changing the conversation. You know, it's hard not to reflect on the fact that the two core items that we just got some opening comments on, it seems like we're kind of flip-flopped to some degree in terms of the perspective where with SB 905, we feel an urgency in our communities that these projects are moving forward, right, and that we need action on them. Also similarly with livestock methane, you know, we feel an urgency to do something about it. As important as it is to study and do analysis and research, we don't want to get stuck in paralysis by analysis. So what are the things that we can be doing now to protect our communities? And as a committee, while I know we're committed to continual improvement, I'm proud of the work that we've done so far as a permanent body. As we've noted, including at the last meeting, the CARB staff team continues to grow, and I appreciate the direct support when and where it's allowed and possible for EJAC members. And I think we do need to continue to build out the support that directly goes to helping us as members do the work. Relative to the amount of work that we're putting in, especially the co-chairs, we're receiving relatively low compensation because we only get a stipend for public meetings. So all the prep meetings and all the conversations, the emails that we have in between are uncompensated time. So we are definitely subsidizing CARB right now as members of the EJAC and particularly co-chairs. And we are in a process now where hopefully we have some opportunity to reflect on and revise some of those standards because we are at the juncture where we're reviewing our charter. I wanted to uplift again the concerns around section code 87104 and the limitations it creates as a really small nonprofit coalition with a small staff team. Essentially what it means is that as an EJAC member, I can't sign anything that's related to CARB funding. I can't, I'm not supposed to work on the proposals that go in for things like community air grants, or if I do, it needs to be time that I'm paying for out of other grants that I have. And I don't really have staff that I can designate to do those things. So it's required a lot of internal administrative workload in order to be able to just send letters of support for my coalition members that are applying for things like community air grants, because it essentially says that I have a conflict of interest. even though I actually serve on EJAC in my individual capacity and not as a staff person for the Central Valley Air Quality Coalition. So just there's a logical piece of it that doesn't make sense to me. Why in my role as CVAC director, I can't sign financial paperwork if that's not why I'm here on EJAC. To be clear, I'm committed to the cause, and that's why I've been doing so much extra work over the last 3 years. I'm clearly not doing it for the money, but it is an equity issue, right? To continue to go to small environmental justice organizations that don't have a lot of funding and put additional administrative burden on them. And again, as a coordinator of a coalition, it's not just a burden for me, it's a burden for my member organizations. And I don't think everyone saw the letter, but Angel Garcia from Californians for Pesticide Reform actually had to choose to resign because his coalition was so small. He didn't have anybody else who could sign the financial paperwork. And they were getting grants from Cal EPA, not even CARB. But because of this section code, he wasn't going to be able to sign the paperwork. So unfortunately, we lost a member because of that. And I'd like to see those kinds of issues resolved as we move forward with reviewing the charter. We need volunteers. I'm coordinating the work groups who have regulations moving forward right now. So I'm really not able to coordinate on the charter, and I hope that other committee members are able to step up and help contribute to that conversation so that hopefully we can get some much needed reforms in there. And again, overall, I really want to express my appreciation to the committee for all of the work that we've put in. Before passing it to Martha Dina, I also did want to report back on a next step item that came up, I believe, a couple of meetings ago when we had an item on cap and trade and we had a presentation from Danny Cullenward and then Sarah Cornett from the Legislative Analyst's Office. We talked about how the investments from the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund are also really important in terms of equity issues. And so I was tasked with following up on a request to reach out to the California Climate Investments team, who right now are drafting their 5-year plan that they give to the legislature of recommendations for where that funding should be directed. Again, recognizing it's just a recommendation. But the feedback that I got internally was that the CCI team can't come present to EJAC because we don't want to get ahead of the budget process that is happening in the legislature. So I am frustrated that we continue to be limited in the scope of areas that we can inform. And I hope that over time, as culture shifts, we're able to be more in dialogue. I did participate personally in some of the CCI workshops, and there was not very much attendance. So I would think coming to EJAC, we would be able to have a really good conversation that can help inform that process. So looking forward to doing more of that as we move forward as EJAC. And with that, I will pass it to Martha Dina.
Thank you, Dr. Catherine. I don't have much beyond what Catherine stated in terms of opening remarks. I'm going to dive right into the discussion around carbon capture, utilization, and storage and direct air capture resolution. It's a very draft. And I did it, did it a few weeks ago when I actually had time because, my work, for all of the reasons that Catherine stated, we're all running our own organizations. And, it's sometimes frustrating not to be able to invest the kind of time and energy that these really huge questions and that so much is at stake when we think about the future that we're laying out for California's climate policy. And, I am reminded that since 2006, the environmental justice community has given really good advice and often has been borne out by research and experience that we knew what we were talking about. And so I feel that it's very important for us to continue to warn against looking for technological fixes that further commodify carbon, because it's not how we're going to make our way out of the climate crisis. And it means it's crowding out other solutions. And so with that, can we put the resolution up? And I invite my fellow EJAC members to comment. Some questions that have come up: should we include something about hydrogen? The text that we have so far is actually taken from a number of our letters. and from position papers that have been developed collectively by environmental justice organizations throughout the state of California. It's not up yet, or?
We're trying to get that up.
Okay.
Give us a few minutes, Martha-Dina. Thank you.
For some reason, I thought I would be able to share my screen. I didn't think to send it sooner.
So while they're teeing that up, this is Dr. Catherine, just a couple of things that I would clarify process-wise. One is that this is a draft that we're putting before the committee for you all to look at today, but the goal is not to adopt it today, right? Because later on this afternoon, we have panelists that we're going to hear from. So this is acknowledging it's an important issue and we want to have a resolution ready by the joint September board meeting, but the goal today is just to really start the conversation. And I also, there's always so much that happens and so many details that we discuss during these meetings. But one thing that Dr. Cliff and you, Martha-Dina, were kind of pushing back on, which I really appreciate because I think it was important, is around the conversation of carbon capture, the fact that project proponents want there to be a structure within CARB so that they can generate credits. So one addition that I was glad to be able to make, and is there a link? Is it posted online if people want to be able to look at it? So it would be on the EJAC webpage. Okay, great. So if people can't see it or the text is too small for you, I'd encourage you to go to the EJAC webpage to look at the draft of it. But one of the points that we put in there is the fact that carbon capture projects, if they're actually supposed to help us address legacy emissions and getting to net zero, it makes no sense that we would generate credits in the low carbon fuel standard or the cap and trade program, because then essentially you're just using those credits as offsets instead of ways to actually get to net zero. And I think one of the fundamental points of urgency, again, that we as the EJAC and EJ feel is that we don't want to be perpetuating fossil fuel infrastructure. If our goal is a truly equitable and sustainable future and we're aiming for a just transition, we shouldn't be creating crediting systems that allow business as usual. It shouldn't be that the oil industry is net zero on paper, right? They actually just need to phase out. So hopefully that gave people a couple minutes to start reading through the resolution and digesting. I think at this point, Martha-Dina, we're mostly looking for any initial takes or questions or feedback that people have. Is that right?
Yes. And I'm taking notes, so I think your point was really well taken about the credits. We'll figure out how to weave that in.
Yeah, I think if the person controlling the screen can scroll down, it actually, I added a piece that's kind of towards the end of the be it further resolved. Yeah, the last bullet point, not allowing project, oh, sorry, up a little more, the last of this first set of bullet points, sorry. Not allow, no, you were good. Yes, right there, perfect. Not allowing projects to generate credits for carbon markets or other systems, as this undermines the goal of getting to net zero emissions, perpetuates business as usual, and opens up the possibility of double counting reductions and dangerously delaying progress.
Thank you. I don't see, I don't see hands. So if I can get some help. If you're sharing your screen, I can't see the participants and I can't see if anybody's raised their hand.
Kevin Hamilton, go ahead.
Hi, I read this earlier, just prior to the meeting. I think it's a pretty solid document. It's not asking for anything that we haven't already talked about and wasn't discussed this morning. Adopting this and getting it in play as quickly as possible, I think warrants a certain sense of urgency, if almost emergency. I think we have other avenues that we as coalitions probably need to check into. Catherine, check your mail. And, this is a critical issue. There's a real chance for harm here in communities. We're treading into the unknown with virtually no guidance and no accurate information. 905 clearly states that CARB is the authoritative agency in this area. It didn't say, and it says as of I believe, the 1st of 2025. So that's just around the corner. Now, I don't know how much damage they can do with what they're already doing between now and then, but I'm sure there's some. So all of that is on us for waiting. So expeditiously moving forward is really critical. And I think this committee and its members will help that process wherever we possibly can. Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin. Matt, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Kevin. You kind of brought up one of my concerns, which are the opportunity costs that we're facing in something like a climate crisis that's full of non-human contingency factors that don't really care about how long it takes a policy to get written. I also serve on the AB 1757 Natural and Working Lands Committee over in Natural Resources Agency that has really dramatically expanded the benefits of investing in the people and places of California. And those increases in benefits vastly outweigh the sequestration benefits from this energy sector scheme, and yet continuously the strategies proposed there are flagged or questioned for the lack of resource availability. And so the credulity that's linked to something that we've never done before doesn't seem to be available in either agency for something that has, the non-human things that always kept this place safe and alive, and which would make California a far more resilient state. And I think, unfortunately, the world is watching, particularly the rest of the nation, and we're going to see a rush to pipelines and engineered solutions that endanger the communities that are already adjacent to those communities. So I won't spend too much time on that, but I can't imagine anybody would be opposed to investing in the broken landscapes of California and restoring this place to its glory and grandeur. Thank you.
I don't see any other. Are there other comments from the panelists? So I have a question then, if there's no, so should we include something about hydrogen? Was a question I was asked by some folks that I spoke with, and so I want to ask the committee if we should include both of those things. And then given that there is, and this is the one thing I didn't do, but maybe I can get somebody to help me, is that there is a number of articles and studies that are emerging talking about the effectiveness of some of these projects. And I think we have provided comments in the past with citations. Should we do that in this resolution as well? Citing emerging research about some of the failures and in terms of being able to capture as much as they promise, and then also the safety record of some of them.
I don't oppose, Martelina. This is Juan. I don't oppose to that idea. I think that's a really good idea. And without having to generate any more work for the co-chairs, I'm wondering if hydrogen in a near future by itself might probably require a resolution of its own. And I think this is a really good start. This could be the place where we begin that.
Yeah. We might want to do a separate thing. Yeah. Matt?
Yeah, I was going to chime in on that as well. A separate thing may be necessary, but I'll just remind everybody that I sat on the stage with the Air Resources Board chair when the director of the Department of Energy told everybody that a capture strategy on a refinery makes absolutely zero sense, and yet it remains within our portfolio here in California, whether it's hydrogen, biofuels, or anything else. That's not why we bury supercritical CO2 underground. In the worst case scenarios for those hard to decarbonize sectors. So, I mean, I don't see how we can address carbon without addressing hydrogen.
So your vote is to include them both in one resolution, or to do two separate ones?
Well, I think in this resolution we can very much point to the fact that a capture strategy, so that the shift to hydrogen is unnecessarily blurs the applicability of capture strategies. And the CARB has received clear input on the false utility of that. I mean, the rest of the hydrogen economy is going to expand. Will require its own resolution at some point, but I think not including something in here about how our state is going to provide incentives to build more refineries needs to be and can be addressed at least with a clause in this one.
Okay. I can work on that.
Happy to lean in on that too, Martha.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not allowed to send out a Google Doc. So we've got to figure out how you can, if you have additions, to get them to Radhika and she can get them to us, right? Would that work?
Yes.
Or who?
No, that's fine. Totally fine.
Yeah, and this is Dr. Catherine. I would just add a yes vote for including a statement on hydrogen, and again, ask if there are folks that are willing to help draft the language around that. And then to your second question, Martha Dina, I always think that it's helpful when we can provide citations on articles and studies about effectiveness and costs and things like that. At the same time, I wouldn't want that to hold us back with being able to just pass the resolution, and B, I also don't have the time for that. So somebody else would need to volunteer to pull that together. And maybe, again, that's somewhat of a crowdsourced kind of living thing, but then, yeah, I don't know how we do that as EJAC. Tom in the room also has a comment.
I'm not sure if it's going to be as simple as this, but the third to the last, be it further resolved, prohibit CCUS in sectors such as refineries, natural gas power plants, bioenergy, waste incinerators, chemical recycling, ethanol production. Do we just need to add hydrogen generating facilities? Is it as simple as that, or is the third to the last, be it further resolved?
Yeah, I see.
That EJAC emphasizes the need for CARB to confine, and it lists all of the things we're talking about. It seems like we could just add hydrogen generating facilities. I don't know if that would cover, if those three words would cover everything we're thinking of, but that it seemed like an easy solution. But if it's more complicated than that, I understand.
I have my hand up if nobody else is going to go.
Oh, I couldn't see it. Sorry. Go ahead, Kevin.
It's all right. I know you can't see it, Martha. I was waiting for staff to let you know. So yeah, I agree with Tom, by the way. It seems like that would be a simple cleanup thing there to just, we've listed all the facilities. So just to add hydrogen production facilities. I think I've always thought it kind of goes with bioenergy facilities because everybody's claiming it's bioenergy, but that we can be more specific. As far as adding references to the overall document, I would ask CARB staff just for their input. Is that common, and would that be helpful in a resolution? I'm just curious if no one minds answering. Dr. Cliff or somebody, if he's still here. I don't even know if he's still here.
Kevin, staffer in the room are asking if you could restate your question.
Sure. Do you think that it is, first of all, historically a common addition, and do you feel it would be helpful to you to have these references added to this resolution? It's really two questions.
Kevin, this is Courtney here. Just a point of clarification. Are you asking specifically around the citations to publications Dr. Catherine mentioned, or
Yes.
adding? Okay. I would say, Go
Sorry,
ahead, Chanel.
Courtney. Go ahead. You go.
I was
can go
just gonna,
after you.
yeah, I was just gonna offer, I think, to Dr. Catherine's point, it sounds like that might be a lift. Certainly grounding, your guys' perspective and asks in science is very welcome, but I think really defer to the EJAC on how you want to handle that.
I've submitted a lot of work with groups to submit resolutions in the past, and I honestly don't remember including any kind of citations or annotations to those. But I'm not saying it hasn't happened. There's a lot of water under that bridge. So it's a new world, though, and a lot of what we're talking about can become highly technical, and then it's controversial in that it's such new technology that the literature is having a hard time keeping up with what's going on the ground. I would argue because of the money involved. I'd like to think it was because of the urgency around our climate problem, but sadly, that's not what I'm noticing in the groups that are doing this. Though it looks good on paper. So I agree. I wouldn't want to slow this down. So maybe there is a place, a time for that in the joint meeting to present. And I don't want to create any more work for anybody because I can't help with it. So I don't like to create work I can't do anything about.
Yeah.
But
Well,
it seems
you know what?
it might be better to have a more robust document that's not necessarily a resolution that contains that to submit.
So, yes, we actually do have a lot of the citations from other comment letters, so we can pull, there's reports that are coming out. I mean, just today, PSC Energy put out a report both on hydrogen and on CCUS. So I actually have that. I do have a little help in staff, so I can assign someone. I don't have to do it, but
if it's
Thank you,
simple
Martha
enough,
Dina.
Martha, I support it. Then, yeah.
Okay.
This is Dr. Catherine. I was just going to do a quick time check and say we should probably aim to wrap up this item in the next few minutes so that we can take our scheduled lunch break. One other thing that I did want to note in the draft of this resolution that we discussed at a previous meeting is towards the end, the second to the last bullet point, talking about maintaining the carbon pipeline moratorium also recommends adding odorants, which you had raised before, Martha Dina, is definitely can be a concern because some of the odorants themselves can be toxic air contaminants. So just to name, I don't know that we've found the perfect solution to that issue. We may want to footnote it or make some kind of note there that there needs to be a way of improving leak detection, which could include things like odorants, but that the toxics element would need to be addressed.
Okay, I'm gonna.
Martha, this is Matt. My comment is just briefly that I'm of the opinion that this agency has an obligation to hear input from this body, whether or not we've run errands on research, and that if our comments and input are to be disregarded based on the background and research, that needs to be substantiated by people reviewing our documents. I think it's telling that members of this body feel like they have to run a ton of extra homework to be taken seriously.
Well, my only response to that is that there has been a lot of misinformation and industry pie in the sky promises about the technologies, and I think it's important. Yeah, I agree with you, but at the same time, I think it's still important because of that.
I agree. I just don't think we're getting the same quality control on all matters. So I understand. I think it should be a part of the dialogue and the transparent drafting of a resolution. But as Kevin pointed out, we should be able to express values in a resolution without having to put notation in there, and that it's ultimately the agency's responsibility to make sure it's following the best available science. And if it isn't, then we have a whole other question, don't we?
And then I do want to lift up Ray's comments in the chat, and I am going to share through CARB, since I can't send it to everyone, some documents that there's been a process to come up with a collective position around hydrogen, and that it does all of those things. It sort of goes through the rainbow, the sources, so that we know, how it's being produced. And I just want to remind the EJAC members and CARB staff that we heard very clearly from the industry at one of our last meetings that the methane that they are capturing from the dairies will be used to produce hydrogen. So, and so I think, that to me, that was a very telling statement, and that for those who still hold out a promise that we'll somehow get green hydrogen, we may have to, as most things related to getting justice, we may have a long wait till hydrogen is green. And so I'm aware of our time. So do we want to wrap this up? If you've got comments, this was really helpful for the next iteration. And again, we have some time, so we can revisit this at our July meeting, and really has to be ready for our September joint meeting with the board. So with that, I will stop talking.
Thank you, Martha Dina. So now we're going to go ahead and take our lunch break. We will be back no later than 1:30. We will keep the Zoom on, so please be sure to arrive back before then. Thank you. Hi, everyone. Welcome back. We're going to give it a couple minutes for everyone to join, and then we'll get started. Hi, everyone. So we're going to go ahead and get started. I'm going to just do a really quick roll call for EJAC members again, so that we know who's here or not. So just to begin again, Martha Dina Arguello, Juan Flores, Catherine Garupa,
Here in the room.
Kevin Hamilton, John Harriel Jr.
I'm here.
Oh, here, thank you.
Technology.
John Harriel Jr. Thomas Helm,
Present in person.
Matt Holmes,
President remote.
Kevin Jefferson, Ray Leone, Luis Olmedo,
Present.
and Jill Sherman Warren. And then Juan Flores.
Present remote. And just as an FYI, around 3 p.m., I'm going to have to hit the road again. I have a late meeting with one of the board of supervisors here in Kern County.
Okay, thank you for letting us know. So now I'm going to go and turn it over to our co-chairs to introduce and begin this next item.
This is Dr. Catherine, I think is the only co-chair on that responsibility falls to me. So welcome back, everybody, from the lunch break. Hopefully you all were able to get the nourishment that you needed and a little bit of rest. So the item that we're moving into now, as you can see from the PowerPoint, is a discussion on the legal, economic, and technological implications of carbon capture, use, and storage, or CCUS as it's known for short. And our discussion is focused on whether it's an equitable climate strategy. So as the Carbon Markets Work Group convener, I had the opportunity to reach out to our two speakers today and prep with them. So again, I think building off of the conversation and the draft resolution that was presented this morning, this is a great opportunity to hear from folks with various expertise on the implications of deploying this technology and whether it will truly help us achieve our climate goals equitably or not. So I will briefly just mention them and go over the logistics, but also want to invite our panelists to, when they speak, introduce themselves and offer a little bit of their own background. So for EJAC members, just so you're aware of how this item will go, similar to previous items like this, what we'll have are our two speakers. So today we have Stephen Feit from the Center for International Environmental Law, or CL, and Emily Grubert, who is a professor at Notre Dame. So they will both present, and then after that, we will have the opportunity for questions, comments, and discussion amongst ourselves as a committee. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and pass it over to Stephen to kick us off. And then once he's done, then Emily will go next. We'll have them present before we do discussion.
Thank you so much. I'm really excited to be here and appreciate the opportunity to speak to the committee today. I'm going to talk about both the climate and environmental costs of carbon capture and storage. This technology is often pitched as a pollution abatement approach, but the reality is much more complicated and in many cases anything but. Next slide, please. So my name is Stephen Feit. I'm the Senior Attorney and Legal and Research Manager in CL's Fossil Economy Program. My work focuses on really trying to oppose the suite of false solutions and escape hatches that the fossil industry is pursuing to try to establish 21st century business models, particularly petrochemicals, carbon capture, the broader carbon management paradigm, and the associated build out of hydrogen and ammonia as ostensibly climate-friendly fuels and chemicals. Next slide, please. The two things I want to, before I dive into the bulk of the presentation, I want to lay two things out that I think are important to keep in mind as we're talking about CCS. The first is really understanding that carbon capture is not new. This is quite old technology. What you can see, the main image here is a report from 1980 from Imperial Oil, which was is an Exxon subsidiary, talking about not only their awareness of climate change and the role of carbon dioxide in driving it, but their awareness of carbon capture as a technique. They know they could remove some amount of the CO2, but it would, greatly increase the cost of power generation. The other excerpt is a patent from, I believe, the 1950s, 1954, about the production of pure carbon dioxide, because again, this is a technique that has been around for decades, has been used particularly for enhanced oil production since the 1970s. And it's not the cutting edge new tech that it's portrayed as. It's actually quite an old technique. Next slide, please. The other thing I want to lay out is just carbon capture is not a simple or easy process. It's not like replacing the air filter in your air conditioner. What you can see in the image in the top is the carbon capture system put on the Petronova, or it's the Petronova project put on the Wabash coal plant in Texas. You can see a bunch of facilities that are needed to make the carbon capture plant operational. And again, this is relative to either the largest or one of the largest coal plants in the country. To do carbon capture, you need energy, you need chemicals, you need the metals and the pipes, and it's essentially building a whole chemical and energy facility on top of a facility either that already exists or potentially one being built. It's not as simple as some of the models and the rhetoric make it look. What you see down below is a matrix from a study that talked about the ways in which technologies get cheaper. And the two dimensions are complexity, meaning how many pieces interact with other pieces, and standardization versus customization, how bespoke each iteration of a given technology is for its application. So things like solar modules and LEDs, you can see in the bottom left, are mass-produced and simple, or standard and simple. You can see carbon capture systems are in the top middle and the top right with reference to bioenergy with carbon capture because of their complexity and because of the way in which they need to be designed for the facilities to which they're being applied. And a lot of the justification for carbon capture that acknowledges its extreme expense tries to put it in the same category as consumer technology or even solar panels and batteries, which have this kind of really aggressive diminishing cost curve, but it is not that kind of technology. And it needs to be understood in that context. Next slide, please. So this is not a comprehensive list of all of the concerns, but it's the ones I want to talk about today. This doesn't include things like, it actually doesn't include things like seismicity and issues with injection. It's again, not comprehensive, but it covers a lot of ground. Really what I want to talk about are three major topic areas. One is that carbon capture does not do what its proponents claim it does. Secondly, even if it did do that, it wouldn't be an adequate climate solution. And then climate and greenhouse gas math aside, carbon capture has significant non-climate impacts that really must be considered. And I'm going to go through those kind of one by one. Next slide, please. So right off the bat, carbon capture doesn't capture as much carbon as proponents claim it will or it can. It has a long history of overpromising and underperforming. These two images come from two reports from the IEFA, the Institute for Energy Economics and Financial Analysis. The first, visually, you can see quite clearly the actual capture rates and the goal or target capture rates of 4 different facilities, noting both the capture just from the plant itself, but then also a second bar for 3 of them accounting for the additional emissions from the energy needed to run the carbon capture system. And so this is, again, just the part of the process to which it's applied. And then you can see below a more comprehensive listing of, I believe it's 11 or 13 projects that similarly have really under-delivered. And where you see success, it tends to be in gas separation, where the carbon dioxide essentially needs to be removed to market the methane, the fossil gas, as a fossil product. Next slide, please. So not only are there issues with the capture rate, there's just operational problems at capture and at storage sites. So again, this is a really complex technique. And so what you see here are excerpts from 2 articles talking about, first on top, the problems at the capture facility, the Petra Nova carbon capture project, where the author notes that since starting up in 2017, the facility suffered outages on more than a year's worth of days, more than a quarter of the days it was operational. So again, when a model might say, something airy like 90%, but the facility itself needs to be operational for it to even do capture. But then once the carbon's captured, there are issues with storage. So again, most of the carbon that's been captured to date has been used for enhanced oil recovery, where it's used in this injection process that pushes oil out of the ground. And it's all, it's practiced, but it's different than just injecting the carbon dioxide to keep it underground or under the seabed or wherever it's intended to go. The self-styled largest carbon capture project in the world, Chevron's Gorgon facility, which is, again, a gas separation, gas processing plant, has dramatically underperformed its expected carbon storage goals because of issues with the actual injection, with seismicity, with sand in the mechanical elements, and all sorts of just practical issues, because again, this is a really big industrial enterprise rather than just a filter, as it's sometimes portrayed. Next slide, please. Then it's important to note that carbon capture is only applied to some parts of the industrial process. So I know refineries are a particular target for CCS application in California. So what you see here is an excerpt from the International Energy Agency's technical review of carbon capture retrofits at an oil refinery. And there's a lot of numbers here, but the important ones are the lowest row in each of these 2 excerpts. So this is the best and the worst of the cases they examined. And what you can see is the percentage of refinery emissions avoided is really quite meager, ranging from, in the best case, a quarter to about half, down to as little as 12.4%, so maybe an eighth, all the way up to a little less than half. So when we're thinking about what carbon capture can be applied to, not every facility just has a single smokestack that you can build the facility around. there are all sorts of compressors and boilers and furnaces and sources of emissions that the application of carbon capture just doesn't make sense to do, technically, economically, from an engineering perspective. And again, when one hears, 90% capture, for example, one has to ask, to what is that rate being applied? Which chunk of the emissions on even the footprint of a facility itself? So again, the low capture rates, the operational difficulties, and the limited application of the carbon capture technique means that, while carbon capture is touted as this great pollution abatement technology that can remove 90 or 95, or now I've seen claims for 99 or more percent of the CO2 from a given facility, the reality is much, much starker. Next slide, please. Even if it could do the thing proponents claim it could, it's important again to stress that carbon capture only addresses one part of the emissions chain. So what you see here, this little diagram, is from a report from the Lawrence Berkeley National Labs on the climate impact of primary plastic production. And so this is the production chain of plastic products. And that fourth stage, the monomer production, is where a lot of the proposals for carbon capture would live. And as you can see, that's only 26% of the entire emissions from the chain of plastic production. And that's not to say that there's no opportunities for things like electrification or what have you in other parts of the chain, but especially when we're talking about fossil fuels and petrochemicals, and especially when we're talking about an energy penalty that requires greater fossil fuel use to get the same result on the back end of whatever process we're talking about. This does nothing about upstream emissions. It does nothing about downstream emissions, and in fact can make both worse. Next slide, please. And speaking of downstream, it can't be ignored that enhanced oil recovery is the only commercial market for captured carbon dioxide. There are efforts, so this is the list of operational facilities, and you can see the role of EOR in present operations. Certainly there are proposals now for dedicated geological storage based on the 45Q tax credit. But again, right now we're mostly in the land of proposals, and the reality of what these projects might look like remains unclear. And when we think about a build out of carbon capture at the scale that proponents suggest, there's really no other real market for all that carbon dioxide. And it's also worth stressing that being able to use captured carbon dioxide for EOR would not just be a happy coincidence. That is in large part the expectation or intended outcome for the oil and gas production sector. That enhanced oil recovery, as I mentioned, has been done in this country for over 50 years. And the limit on how much oil was produced using that technique was just the availability of affordable carbon dioxide. It was not the access to good sites for injection or something like that. Next slide, please. So that's all of the, it should go without saying, but using carbon dioxide to drill for more oil that will ultimately get burned, releasing carbon dioxide and methane into the atmosphere, is obviously counterproductive and absurd from a climate perspective. And that is the short list of reasons why carbon capture, despite how it looks on paper, really is not a climate solution and is a dangerous distraction. It also represents a threat to communities. It starts as a threat to air quality. So as I mentioned, the carbon capture process requires significant additional energy to operate. And so this means that to get the same energy or output on the back end of whatever process you have, you need a lot more on the input. So this is from the IPCC, that for electricity generation, that energy penalty can look like 13 to 44% of the energy to run the facility. What I have underneath is an excerpt from an air permit application from Chevron Phillips, that talks about what that will do for air quality. Because again, we're talking about burning more fossil fuels to run this big, energy and chemicals plant. In addition to adding amines, which, create ammonia by volatilization. So you can see for the Cracker project, this energy penalty would result in generation of not only 30% more GHGs to generate the required steam, but would also increase emissions of NOx, carbon monoxide, volatile organic compounds, particulate matter, sulfur dioxide, and ammonia by an equivalent percentage. Next slide, please. It also increases industrial water requirements. To do the amine-based capture, you have you're essentially running flue gases through water, through multiple sort of big chemical tanks that are water-based. And so that really increases not only the demand for the energy to run the system, but water for the process itself. As the IPCC itself notes, water withdrawals for CCS can be 25 to 200% higher than for plants without it. In regions prone to water scarcity, such as the southwestern US or Southeast Asia, this may limit deployment and result in power plant shutdowns during the summer months. Next slide, please. There's also a poorly studied, but I think important part of this, which is the liquid and solid waste. So as I mentioned, carbon capture has these chemicals, the amines, that become spent. They can be regenerated to some degree, but ultimately create liquid and solid waste. This is an excerpt from another permit for an ethylene glycol plant in Louisiana, noting first generation of this electricity would result in significant criteria pollutant emissions. But in addition, amine-based scrubbing generates large volumes of wastewater, which would have to be treated and discharged to a nearby water body, and solid waste, which eventually must be disposed in a landfill. Next slide, please. Finally, the last thing I'll say is that carbon dioxide itself is dangerous at a supercritical state and transported through pipelines and injected underground. When it leaks, it can create really dangerous plumes. Because it's heavier than air, it will hug the ground and it will follow the geography of the region that it's in. You may be familiar with the pipeline rupture in Satartia, Mississippi. There was also so that's the kind of larger picture and the central excerpt. There was also another leak very recently in Sulphur, Louisiana, just demonstrating again the risk of transporting huge volumes of carbon dioxide around the country and underground, and the risk that it could pose to the communities through which it's piped and under which it's injected. Next slide, please. With that, I will wrap up. Thank you, and I look forward to continuing this conversation.
Thank you, Stephen. Definitely a lot of important information in there, especially as we consider adopting our resolution in the next couple of months. So next we will turn to Emily Grubert. Go ahead, Emily.
Thanks so much. And thank you for inviting me to spend a little bit of time with you today on this summer Friday. Really appreciate the opportunity to be here and talk a little bit about CCS. And I'll try to make a couple of points and then hopefully we can have a nice discussion about some of these implications, because as Stephen's kind of introduced, CCS is a really complicated thing, I think, in particular in the justice space. Let me start a little bit with just where I'm coming from on this. I think in general, the biggest question that I tend to try to get people to ask when we're talking about carbon capture and storage types of technologies, which is a bunch of different potential applications and a bunch of different potential technologies even, is basically where is the CO2 coming from and where is the CO2 going? So I think there's a lot of really important things that kind of follow from those questions. As Stephen mentioned, a lot of what we've seen so far historically has really been around natural gas processing. That's really where carbon capture got kicked off. Storage for enhanced oil recovery, and then a lot of kind of technological development and discussion of CCS on coal-fired power plants. That's not the whole suite of things that necessarily are lumped under the CCS umbrella, which I think makes this conversation a lot more complicated too. So again, from my starting perspective, I like to look at climate technologies basically from the perspective that we are aiming at full fossil phase out. and then looking at what that really means. So where I'm coming from, essentially, I would suggest that we never put CCS on a fossil fuel fired power plant or on a refinery for a variety of reasons, some of which Stephen's kind of talked about, and some of which relate mostly to the fact that we have alternative ways of producing some of those services. We can make electricity without coal and gas plants. We can make transportation and mobility available to people without refining, even if that's not something that happens in a couple of months. But I think when we start talking about CCS as a governance question and really thinking about some of the institutions and incentives that are around these technologies, there do arise a couple of kind of interesting questions in situations where there maybe aren't a lot of other technological ways of handling certain types of emissions. So essentially, when we think about CCS, again, it tends to get talked about mostly as a power plant and refinery approach. That's something that does increase the use of fossil fuels because it's energy intensive. It oftentimes will extend the lifespan of facilities, which is also a pretty significant justice problem. There's a lot of issues in that regard. The other places where we tend to see people proposing carbon capture with storage is either in the industrial sector as a mitigative strategy, so reducing emissions associated with some sort of industrial process, or for carbon dioxide removal, which is kind of a fundamentally different atmospheric thing. So mitigation makes sure that some pollution that would have otherwise reached the atmosphere doesn't. Removal takes pollution that's already in the atmosphere out. So very, very different approaches from kind of a climate balance perspective, but sometimes the technologies look quite similar. And I think that's where a lot of this conversation gets very challenging and kind of interesting. In settings where you don't really have alternatives to something that looks like carbon capture and storage for either mitigating or removing emissions, I would argue that that probably applies mostly to cement plants at this point. So even if you take all of the fossil fuels out of the system, cement production does have some process emissions that are very difficult to eliminate without massive chemistry changes. It's a small amount of emissions, but one that is very, very hard to eliminate otherwise. And then direct air capture, which essentially takes CO2 out of the atmosphere for removal processes. Those are applications where being able to deploy a minimal amount of carbon capture with storage could be quite helpful relative to some of the climate harms that we expect without having access to those technologies. That doesn't mean that this is easy. That doesn't mean that many of the concerns that Stephen brought up around energy intensity, water intensity, other solid wastes associated with sorbents and things like that are eliminated, but it does kind of start to raise the question of if this is the among the few things that you're actually able to do in order to provide these services, which is, maybe either decarbonized cement or some removal from the atmosphere in a technological way. Direct air capture is not the only way to do carbon dioxide removal, but it's one of the ones with bigger potential probably. Then there start to come up a lot of questions about whether it is actually possible to do these kinds of things in a way that is consistent with justice concerns and consistent with local problems. I think there's a few cases where there are some good reasons to ask whether we actually think that this could be done at all, partially because if we don't think that we can deploy CCS in a way that is acceptable for things like cement or for things like direct air capture, those strategies need to be taken out of our models. Those strategies need to be really carefully considered in terms of what we're expecting some of these technologies to be available to do. But again, there are a lot of challenges with this. Also, as was mentioned earlier, CCS is not something that gets cheaper with more deployment necessarily, because a lot of the costs are associated with operational considerations, not just capital. So with a wind farm, you purchase a wind turbine and then you can kind of run it indefinitely, essentially for free. With any sort of carbon capture situation, you're continually putting energy into the system. So they're always going to be kind of baseline expensive for that reason. But again, compared to the costs of climate change, in some situations, that might be something that people are willing to look at. So the challenge becomes, under what circumstances is this acceptable? There are a couple of things that are a bit different about some of the non-fossil applications of CCS that I think are important when we start talking about really what the concerns are, what the regulatory implications might be, and what community demands should be if any of these are going to be allowed to go forward. One is that in particular with something like direct air capture with storage, so a carbon dioxide removal approach, you don't necessarily have to put that equipment in places where there are already existing facilities. So if you were going to put CCS on a refinery, you're kind of locked into the location of the refinery and thinking about where that is. Why that's important is because in order to take that CO2 and store it out of the atmosphere, probably underground, you need pipelines. If you're able to control where exactly that facility is, such as with the direct air capture facility, you might be able to co-locate it with a storage facility that would mean that you don't need to rely on pipelines. And that's something that could be a demand if these technologies are allowed to move forward. So things like that. I think another really important question from a justice perspective is ownership and actually how a lot of this stuff ends up being governed ultimately. So it's my pretty strong opinion that if we are going to have carbon dioxide removal, including some that is based on carbon capture technologies such as direct air capture, that would be much better as kind of a publicly owned sector, as opposed to a profit-driven, market-driven situation where you have companies kind of competing to provide these technologies at in situations where they're looking to make profits. And there's a couple of reasons for that. One being that in a profit-driven setting, you are always going to sell CDR to people that can afford to pay for it, as opposed to applying it only to situations where you really don't have a lot of mitigation options. Another is just the overall regulatory control and the incentive for growth. In a situation where you don't have an incentive to maximize CDR, this probably looks quite different in terms of where we apply it. I think there too, one of the other very important questions that we can ask are basically who gets to use these technologies if they are indeed determined to be acceptable under any circumstances. You know, is it a situation where actually we are going to sort of demand that we come up with a different formulation for concrete? And so we don't allow it on cement plants, but we maybe do allow it for direct air capture for CDR. Even within the CDR space, there are a lot of questions about, you know, who gets to use removals rather than being asked to mitigate. For example, you could see a situation globally where a small amount of CDR is deployed in order to offset certain types of very, very difficult to reduce agricultural emissions to kind of ensure that we're still able to use fertilizers or something like this. But the scale question, I think, is another very important one. What it looks like to have 1 gigaton of carbon capture based carbon dioxide removal globally is really different from some of the models that are coming out that essentially say you can use CDR for whatever you want. Let's use it to offset luxury flights and things like this. And we need, you know, 10 to 20 gigatons of this per year to be available. That means a lot more infrastructure, a lot more energy, a lot more of these risks. But I think in thinking about this as a climate strategy, and particularly from a justice perspective, it's really worth asking these questions of where is the CO2 actually coming from and what service is it providing to deploy something that looks like carbon capture and storage? And again, just to summarize, I don't think this makes sense in the power sector or in refining or really on any fossil-based system. I do think that there are a couple of cases in the industrial sector and then some cases in the carbon removal sector where having access to these technologies done as best as we can and as minimally as we can might actually be important for climate. And it's unfortunate, I think, that I finally believe that we're in that place, but a lot of inaction has made it so that it's hard to imagine reaching a lot of our climate goals without some form of mitigation and removal in this format. So let me stop there and hopefully we can have a good discussion. And thank you again for having me.
Thank you, Emily, and again to Stephen, particularly because you both are joining us from a different time zone, and Stephen is graciously taking a break from his vacation to join us today. So really appreciate all of this important information and food for thought that you've offered us all. So I want to open it up to the committee members now for comments or questions. Again, this morning we just heard from CARB a bit about how they're trying to move forward with SB 905 implementation, and we're working on a draft resolution. So definitely lots to consider. So I want to leave this time for interaction and discussion. Juan and I prepped this morning, so I'm going to go to Juan first. I believe he has a question, and then Kevin Hamilton, I see your hand. For those of you that are in the room, if you could please put up your tent card, and for those of you on Zoom, please raise your hand. So Juan and then Kevin.
Thank you, Dr. Catherine. And apologize to everyone. I have to turn off my camera. It seems like when I have it on, connection is really faulty, and I was having a hard time following up. So, but I was able to listen to the majority of the presentation. I did notice that there's on some of the examples that were offered, seems like carbon sequestration is being used more closer to refineries and probably to operations to natural gas. Uh, I'm somewhat familiar to how CCS is being used in California, but I'm wondering what other usages or other activities are you seeing outside of California in the nation? If you could all expand a little bit on that.
Yeah, I can take that one quickly. It's really, I think, actually kind of an important point to make that it's really not been deployed very much as something that is not just for natural gas processing. So people talk about it a lot for power plants. I think California is a little unusual in the amount that people talk about it for refining, actually. I think it's widely recognized that technologically and cost-wise, it's not a good fit for refineries. And so most places you don't see that much of an emphasis on it with refineries, but most of the discussion is pretty hypothetical. In the United States, there are no power plants with CCS operating. We've had a couple of pilots and demonstrations, but they're not operating anymore. Canada has one, China has a few. In the cement industry, we've never even tried it. There are a couple of facilities using direct air capture, but this is a very rare technology. But mostly when people talk about it, it's for power plants.
And if I can add to that, where we see the most proposals, at least nationally, are really in two sectors. One is ethanol production, and the other is ammonia production, essentially. That the ethanol refinery and particularly the steam methane reformer for hydrogen production, which then goes into ammonia and which often then goes into fertilizer, but which is increasingly being marketed as a new kind of fuel, even though we haven't really done that beyond pilot stages, is where we see the bulk of proposals, but not actual application. And sorry, just one last thing to say on that is that the ethanol is a lot of proposals for retrofits. The ammonia is a lot of proposals for new facilities.
Thank you both for that. Before I turn it over to you, to Kevin, I did also want to expand upon that question and ask about kind of the international landscape. How much are other countries pursuing carbon capture? I think EJAC and a lot of our organizations have been very clear that we're very skeptical about whether this technology is actually a climate solution. So can you help give us some perspective outside of the California and United States bubble? Are a lot of other places using this? Are there like great success stories or horrible failures in other places that we should be learning from?
It's rare internationally. Again, I think the number of total plants that are actually running is maybe countable on fingers. I'm a little bit out of date on which ones are shut down and which ones are started up. As Stevens mentioned, there have been a couple of kind of high profile failures. There are, I think, kind of complicated international politics around CCS. One of the things that people might be familiar with from watching like the Conference of the Parties to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change is this question about phase out versus phase down of fossil fuels, abated or unabated power plants and things like this. So CCS gets brought up quite a bit in terms of international goal setting as kind of a release valve, generally speaking, for fossil industries. But it's rare internationally. I think the other thing to maybe mention there is just that it does come up occasionally that the United States is in a very different technological situation than a lot of, especially the recently developed world in terms of potential deployment of CCS in the power sector for a couple of reasons. So one, we're a much wealthier nation and have actually really extraordinary non-fossil resources that are accessible for power generation. But maybe more importantly, our power plants are quite old. And so to Stephen's point, when you start talking about trying to put CCS onto a coal plant or even a natural gas plant in many situations, it's a retrofit, and those are almost all going to be first of a kind projects on pretty old and relatively inefficient plants. When you look at somewhere like China, for example, which is kind of the prototypical example, a lot of the plants are much, much more efficient because they use a fundamentally different technology. They're maybe 10 years old rather than 60 years old, and some of them were built with carbon capture in mind. So they've like left space on the land to actually put it in place. So the technology context is very different. And I bring that up partially because one of the arguments that we hear quite a lot about US deployment of carbon capture and storage on power plants is, if we do it here, we can translate that technology to other places. And so this is something that will be shared across the world and have kind of broader knock-on effects. I think it's important to recognize that what we do here is not that well applicable out of the United States because our plants look so different, mostly because they're old.
And yeah, to add to that, in terms of, again, this is all a lot of talk and proposals. In terms of major projects, yeah, really the big project outside of the United States is the Sleipner CCS project off the coast of Norway, which is again a gas processing plant. But where we see outside the United States, sort of 2 or 3 big zones of movement. China is a bit inscrutable, but then outside of China, but there's proposals there. It's just hard to know exactly what's happening. In sort of the Asia Pacific region outside of China, particularly Japan and Korea, are interested in both kind of carbon shipping and using, again, ammonia, but it would be ammonia sourced from fossil feedstocks and with carbon capture applied. And then a lot of discussion of, again, really offshore storage in the kind of North Sea off the northern coast of Europe and the coast of the UK. But nowhere has the kind of subsidy scheme or the experience with enhanced oil recovery and carbon capture altogether that the United States does. So there are efforts and plans and proposals everywhere, but it again doesn't look like the United States.
Thank you for those perspectives. And thank you, Kevin, for your patience as I expanded out that question. Seemed like a relevant add-on. So go ahead, Kevin Hamilton.
This is one of those conversations where more is better, Catherine. So I feel so ignorant in this conversation. I can't even begin to say that, to ask good questions. But Stephen, from your presentation specifically, I had a chance, because I have the slideshow, to check out the facility list and look at the outcomes there. And it really seems like there's a very low output when we're looking at millions of tons annually that are actually captured. And by the way, I really want to appreciate that separation between capture and sequestration, because we have treated it as one, and we need to stop doing that. It is not the same thing. So, and that became very obvious in both of these discussions, that you've really got 2 levels of capture. But is that correct? I mean, other than one facility in Brazil and one in Canada, and Canada was a really good example to me because I had seen their work before, and they talk about how much money it's costing to do it, and how the facilities aren't really staying aren't working all that well. And it's literally costing them billions of dollars to keep them operating. Is that still true? But first of all, those very low outputs, less than, in some cases, 0.1, 100,000 tons rather than 1 million tons annually, for the amount of money that they're spending and how much carbon they're generating.
I think I understand the question, but please let me know if I don't answer it. I think
Sure. Is that realistic? I mean, am I correct that ratio is really off there? That, for 100,000 tons of carbon a year, I mean, I can't even imagine how much they're generating at that same facility. Is there any information on that?
So it depends
available?
Facility by facility. If you look at Petronova, for example, they were quite open about what they were doing, which was applying capture to a third of the slipstream emissions from, I think, one of 8 boilers.
Wow.
So depending on how the way that operation was talked about afterwards was 92.4% capture, but in terms of the actual capture rate of the emissions of the plant, I forget if it was maybe 7%. I'm getting these numbers, I don't have them at front of mind, but you can sort of see how that cuts. Similarly, I think a really instructive example is the Archer Daniels Midland plant in Illinois, which up until recently, or may still be the only plant in the United States with dedicated geological storage attached to its capture facility, went from something like 5 million tons a year emitted down to 4.5 and then back up to 4.6 or 4.7 because, again, the capture is being applied to the fermentation, which produces that really pure stream of CO2, but not the power to run the facility itself. So yeah, I mean, the broader question you're asking, I think, is, or the point you're getting at is a correct one, that some of these projects are really quite small, in large part because of the expense and the lack of, the financial incentive to try to do more.
And we see this in other areas like the LCFS program, where we see a singling out of one part of an operation and then a measurement done from that. And then that measurement, which looks good, of reductions in that case, methane, but here in carbon, is then used as a sort of a flagship for carrying the whole thing forward without ever bothering to recognize the other emissions coming from the much needed rest of the process. You can't do this in isolation. It has to be, you have to consider the entire operation, the life cycle, so to speak. And it's no better illustrated than a recent publication of acrolein emissions from biodiesel and syngas production, which is a big issue here in the Valley. CARB found those same emissions and was confounded by them in the South Central Valley recently when they were looking for methane and air pollution. And wow, here's this chemical popped up. But we've got several plants that are doing ethanol and biogas. So what a surprise, right? That the crops needed for those animals that are providing that gas and how we process those might actually be producing an air toxic that we kind of missed before. Okay, thank you very much for that. And then Emily, I really appreciated your sort of overall bringing this whole thing together and really got the idea that in how we move this and how we generate it and where it ends up is really the critical piece, which is aligned with the overall climate conversation for most of us, where we're thinking about energy, right? It's how we generate it, how we transport it, and the end uses. And it's much the same here, would you say? I mean, that's what I took away from and we need to be really aggressively looking at all of those areas and what's happening in them versus, again, picking one out.
Yeah, I think that's right. And I think that at maybe a little bit different from electricity, what's odd about CCS is that it's fundamentally a pollution abatement thing that's either going to be before the pollution makes it to the atmosphere or after the pollution makes it to the atmosphere. But there are a lot of different functions that are served by very, very similar technologies. So, for example, I think the industry has been very interested in trying to differentiate CCS as this sort of dirty thing that only applies to power plants, which is somehow fundamentally different from direct air capture with storage. They're using the same storage techniques. They're using a lot of the same kinds of approaches. And so that effort to try to differentiate them, I think, is sometimes kind of unhelpful. But I think that especially in the context of trying to decide what we find acceptable, I think it's also useful to recognize that banning something entirely has some implications that maybe you are, maybe you aren't willing to live with. I'm not necessarily saying that you shouldn't say we should never do direct air capture with storage, that it's clear that there's a lot of different pieces to this that serve quite different functions, can be really helpful in sort of a regulatory and institutional context.
So one last question, I'll stop. You mentioned cement, and as I've been I was on this committee as part of the scoping plan, so it interests me hugely. I did note that in the steel industry, that in Europe, we're seeing a huge resurgence in low carbon steel there, where they're actually sequestering more carbon into the steel and seem to be having a lot of luck with that. We're not having a lot of luck seeing that happen here. But I just wondered what your thoughts were, or if you had looked at that at all. I mean, the whole idea of the clinker and how we built that and a calcium carbonate and how we can potentially, decarbonize that makes sense if we can get the technology up and running appropriately. May not be great, but we can probably get some inroads there. Very different than sequestering it from oil and gas production. That's two different things to me. But yeah, in steel, is that something you've looked at?
Yeah, a little bit. And I also tend to get into some very interesting questions with industrial people on this one. I'm probably to the far end of where I think CCS is ever appropriate in terms of how little I think we need to be deploying. You do see quite a few people arguing that steel is another one of these industries where we need CCS. Generally speaking, with steel, there are more alternative abatement processes that you could actually look to than you have with cement. So with steel, you can do direct reduction of iron using hydrogen or something along those lines. There are other ways that you can make steel. There are some people that actually argue that you could pretty much eliminate coal from the process if you keep your recycling fractions high enough, because you don't need that much carbon in the actual material. On the cement side, yeah, the carbonation question is a really, really interesting one. Like, how much of the CO2 can you actually put back into cement? I'm a civil engineer by training, and I think one of the things that makes me very afraid of some of those conversations is, first of all, that we're sort of overestimating how much additional CO2 is being taken up. Like, concrete does take CO2 up over the course of its lifetime. That's happening anyway. If you accelerate that, maybe you can embed a bit more CO2 into it, but I haven't seen great, I'm not highly confident that people are accounting for the fact that they are also preventing some future CO2 uptake when they make claims of how much they're storing, basically. The other being that allowing deeper carbonation into concretes tends to weaken it in certain circumstances, not all, but I think we overestimate how much CO2 can be put back into it. That said, I do think that looking at alternative ways of storing CO2 that don't all depend on fluid subsurface storage are worth looking at and being very careful about some of the life cycle implications for.
Well, the explosive sort of nature of compressed carbon we've talked about a number of times. People don't understand it's no longer cold when it's pressed at those pressures. It's pretty freaking hot. It's under thousands of PSI and it wants to get out.
Basically, for sure. Yeah. Yep.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your time today. Great presentations. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Stephen, was there anything you wanted to add on those questions before I go to our next committee member with a question?
No, thank you.
All right, so in the room here, Tom, you have a question?
I have 3 questions, I think, if that's okay. I'll try to make it quick. So I brought this up before, that in Stanislaus County, we had this geologist, Vance Kennedy, who passed away about a year ago, but one of the last op-eds he wrote to the Modesto Bee, after hearing that a company wanted to bring carbon capture to Stanislaus County, saying that it was a bad idea because when you put the carbon down below ground and it expands, it will push ancient saltwater deposits down there into freshwater upwards and could contaminate fresh groundwater with salt, which I don't have to say that in the San Joaquin Valley, people care a lot about having clean groundwater because it gets used a lot in agriculture. And that I was able to ask the question back when it was already a couple of years ago in Stockton, when there was a symposium about carbon capture, and there was some academics on the panel, and it was like you write your question on a card and you hope that it gets picked and asked. And my question did get asked about this subject, and it was kind of combined with the issue of, well, couldn't it get out back into the atmosphere eventually? So it was kind of like, Are you concerned about it moving in a way where it could push salt water into fresh water? Also, could it eventually just get back out and into the atmosphere? And the answer that was given was that it seems like that would take a long time. And I was never able to kind of ask the follow-up question, which is, well, what is a really long time? And because I couldn't write another card and submit it, so I couldn't do the follow-up question. So I'm asking you, what do you feel about that argument, and what do you think a long time would be for if that would happen, and what is the time frame that it could happen? That's my first question.
Yeah, I think the geology question is one of the most interesting ones about this. To be totally honest, like I have a lot of concerns about the whole CCS value chain. The ability to store CO2 deep underground long term is pretty low on my list of concerns, as long as you're in a situation where you've really characterized the reservoir very, very well. So in a situation like you're talking about, there are things that we can do ahead of time to kind of make sure that you're not going to be in a situation where there's a ton of leakage. I'm not making any claims that we necessarily have the institutional and regulatory capacity to ensure that that's happening. And I think there are a lot of really, really good questions about basically how good our permit reviews actually are. But generally speaking, we assume that storage deep underground in an appropriate reservoir that's been appropriately characterized is sort of at least 1,000 years is the standard that people use. And many people would argue that it's actually quite a bit longer. Generally speaking, the expectation is that if you're going to have big leakage, that's going to happen quickly, sort of to the same point that you're talking about very, very high pressure CO2. So if you have appropriate monitoring, you should be able to catch that there's some way that it's escaping quite quickly. But again, that assumes that you've done a very good job characterizing your reservoir first.
So getting somebody to help me look at the paperwork of when that analysis is done underground is the next step that I need to be looking out for, is what it sounds like. Along the lines of the water issue, it does say in the presentation about how water intensive the capturing part is, I mean, obviously water is a huge issue in the valley. You already have the battle over water, and every drop already kind of being called for. I wonder how this would affect if you have major operations capturing the carbon in the valley, where that water is going to come from, and what kind of issues will arise from, and I don't know what, compared to, growing an acre of almonds or compared to running a dairy or something, how much water it's going to take and how much that might add to kind of the water fights and the water situations in the valley. But it seems like if that is an issue, that the capturing will be done outside of the valley, but some of the storage will still be done in the valley, which tells me that either pipelines are going to be running up and down the valley from outside of the area or within the area. And the second thing, I asked the company that wants to do carbon capture in Stanislaus County, I asked the owner of that company if he was concerned about a pipeline rupturing like in Satartia. And he told me, oh no, we don't need to worry about that because we're going to be trucking in all the carbon to put it underground. And to me, that sounded like an even worse idea. I'm wondering what your opinion on that is, especially if it's coming from outside of the area because of the water issue, and then trucking it into disadvantaged communities with lots of air pollution, how many trucks that would even need to be in line with what a pipeline could do, the safety issues that would come up with all of those trucks hauling that, the efficiency of it all. So I kind of want to hear your opinion on that. And kind of a second part to that is that this company also does make ethanol in Stanislaus County. And I think part of the plan would be to capture the carbon from their ethanol plant and maybe store it in their other location, but also within the county. So, but it seems that I heard you say that putting carbon capture on an ethanol facility does not make sense, would not be efficient. So can you kind of tell me if both of those ideas, trucking it in The idea of it, the water intensity, would it need to come from outside the valley? And kind of if it makes sense to use it on an ethanol facility.
Yeah, I can take just the trucking is surprising to me that I've looked a little bit at shipping, which is more efficient than trucking, and even there, the kind of emissions you get from shipping CO2 cut into a lot of the CO2 that you're potentially storing. I don't know how trucking would work, but I can't imagine it's efficient in a meaningful sense. I've not looked at the numbers, but it's very surprising to me. In terms of the ethanol, yeah, it's important to say the capture of CO2 from an ethanol, like from the fermentation part of the process, is widely considered the cheapest place to apply carbon capture to, but it only applies for that part of the facility. So if the question is decarbonizing or reducing the emissions from the whole facility, that's a different question than getting generous subsidies for capturing the CO2 that's easy to capture. And it's worth flagging that, again, all of this is happening against a background of a refundable tax credit that incentivizes capturing the most carbon, not reducing overall emissions or anything else, but it's just about how many tons of carbon you can capture and then essentially sell to the government and put underground.
To add to that a little bit, I think on the waterfront, there's a couple of things that you might see people proposing. So especially in water scarce areas, you will occasionally see people proposing that they're going to cut their total production to stay within their existing water use. That I think is probably not what's going to be going on in the valley just because of the facilities that are already there. But that is a strategy people propose sometimes. With direct air capture, which I know people have been talking about for that region, there are some technologies that claim that they are actually net water producers because they end up pulling a lot of humidity out of the air. Whether you consider that actual production or not, I think is a kind of an outstanding question, but they don't necessarily claim to need a lot of water going in. But yeah, otherwise, generally, I would expect that you're right. Some of the water intensive stuff happening outside the valley and then the CO2 being piped in or trucked in would probably be what you would expect. And yeah, on the ethanol point too, I think one of the things that comes up here a lot, so I'm in Indiana, the big CCS conversation here is really around coal plants and ethanol. Ethanol is not super helpful from a climate perspective, even if it does have CCS on it. So having a strategy that is essentially making sure that you're kind of locked into continuing to do that and putting a lot of really long-lived infrastructure like pipelines that support some of those facilities staying open, I think is kind of dubious. But to Stephen's point, especially on the parts of the process that are very high purity CO2, it is cheap and very much incentivized by the process. So yeah, from a tax credit perspective, not shocked at all to hear that there's some ethanol people. From a climate perspective, I don't think it's a good use of CCS.
So the state of California gave this company an exploratory permit to look under the ground. They want to take it from the ethanol plant. They want to bring it by truck to another facility and put it underground there. And you're saying that all of that doesn't sound very efficient, doesn't sound like a good use of resources from the state of California. Can I summarize all of that way?
Yeah, I think so. It sounds pretty profitable under current policy, but not very efficient. Yep.
And one more quick thing. This is the first time I kind of saw something about plastics production in your presentation going along with all this. So kind of along with the other issues that I was bringing up to point out, kind of why is California investing in all of these things when we hear how complicated and inefficient it is. California is pushing the idea that we're, working towards being a zero waste state and just passed SB 54 and is working on drastically cutting down plastic production. And so I just want to make it clear kind of on that level as well, using CCUS to say, we're cutting down on the negative effects of plastic production, not by just reducing it at the source, but by, using carbon capture and things like that. And then the amount of waste that it said that can be used by this process and at these facilities, a state that's pushing hard on reducing plastics at the source and reducing waste. Carbon capture does not really make sense to a state that has that as its goals as well. Is that also a good summary?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, yes.
Thank you. No more questions.
Spoken like a true lawyer in training, Tom. Thank you for that. So just a quick time check. We have a few more minutes left if other EJAC members have comments or questions on this item. So want to encourage folks, if you do, to raise your hand or put up your tent card if you're here in the room. I have one question for Emily while we're letting that percolate. And again, in the next few minutes, we'll move on to our next item. So as the EJAC and also a lot of the organizations and coalitions that we all represent, very early on in the scoping plan process, we raised the alarm bell around relying on things like carbon capture as the shiny new object and the thing in the model that'll help backfill whatever it is. You don't know how you're going to get there. You'll just kind of throw it in this black box of like future technology will help us figure it out. So we were very concerned about these assumptions being put into the scoping plan. We very much uplifted things like the fact that refineries are not appropriate for application, not just for technological reasons, but for environmental justice issues. And yet here we sit with it in our scoping plan. And so now I often hear decision makers tell me, well, it's in our plan for how we're going to meet our climate goals. So now we really need to focus on it and figure out how to get it done. So again, our next item is on livestock methane regulation, and CARB is telling us, wait, we have to study it more. And on carbon capture, we're saying, CARB, you need to study this more because if it's going to happen, it needs to be done right. And they're like, no, projects want credits, so we need to go. Like, we got to move on this. Emily, can you speak a bit to the social implications of if we do this wrong? If we are so eager and following the gold rush of all of these tax credits and incentives that we deployed in a bunch of places that we don't need it, or there are horrible failures. I mean, what are the risks socially that we're potentially unleashing in California by being so eager to jump on this bandwagon?
Yeah, no, it's a really good question. And I think the refineries thing in particular is very disappointing. I know a lot of you worked really hard to not have that be in the scoping plan, but yeah, it's a hard thing once it's actually in the plan. And I think kind of continuing to point out that this assumes a level of ongoing use of a lot of these types of processes. So like there's a presumption that refineries get to stick around. Why is that? If California is actually in a situation that is moving toward these zero targets, and I think this is maybe a little stronger on the power side because of the legal structure that California currently has, but even talking about phasing out sales of new gasoline-fired cars in the state by 2035, like these kinds of things, the question of why are we actually accepting that these refineries are going to stick around, I think is a useful one to raise. But social implications, I haven't done the analysis for refineries for the US, but at least for the power sector, an analysis that we have basically suggested that underneath the federal incentives for CO2 capture for power plants, you might end up spending about $4 trillion of taxpayer money to increase emissions by about 80%. So that's the scale of what could go wrong under some of the existing policies that we have just in the power sector. There are other places where you could see some of this kind of thing happening too. But aside from the money, I think as a lot of people have pointed out, allowing a refinery or a power plant or whatever it is that could be replaced to keep operating means ongoing emissions. It means ongoing exposure to upsets. I used to live very close to the Richmond refinery, so I'm familiar with that situation pretty directly. But there are huge, huge implications for host communities that are actually near these things of basically putting billions of dollars of state money into allowing them to continue to operate. And I think that yeah, it's a harder road now that it's in the scoping plan, but certainly the situation hasn't changed just because it's in the scoping plan in terms of this not being a good idea, which I know all of you know more deeply than I do probably.
Right, but definitely something that it seems like we are going to need to repeat frequently and often in as many spaces as possible to urge that level of caution as much as there's a rush to deploy. So one other piece, Emily, that you mentioned that I wanted to follow up on was definitely the points about ownership and governance and the profit motive being something that I think in general as EJAC, again, we've expressed a lot of concerns around like carbon markets, for instance, are about efficiency and doing it cheaply for business, but nothing at all about equity, right? So again, are there examples of publicly owned rather than profit-driven facilities other than like libraries in the United States? But are there models that we can look to where we're actually doing this well?
Yeah, and people's definition of well varies. I think one of the places that I tend to look at is public power, partially because that's something that I think a lot of people are pushing for more broadly as well. Not to say that publicly owned utilities, like city utilities like LAW, DWP or whatever, are necessarily always doing this really well, but there is a different level of accountability that maybe is easier to shape into something that's much more consistent with justice considerations. So that's maybe not a great example of doing it great, but I think power sector is another example of kind of big infrastructure that has been publicly owned in the past. Water infrastructure, similarly, I think a lot of people are familiar with some of the issues that have arisen around privatization of water systems. But basically, and I think that this is kind of a critical point, a lot of infrastructure that people actually rely on to live and thrive is publicly owned. And the fact that that has been changing over the last 40 years has led to a lot of pretty significant challenges. So it's kind of a necessary but not sufficient condition, I think, with a lot of these things. There are a lot of bad examples of public ownership, but I don't know that you can get to the good places without having some removal of the profit incentive here.
Thank you, Emily. And I'll also add, I've heard also broader discussions about publicly owned facilities offering greater opportunities for worker rights and worker ownership and worker protections as well. So just another component for us to consider, right, as we think about a just transition, that Kern County has a lot of fossil fuel infrastructure and fossil fuel workers, right? And we want to make sure that we're not leaving any worker or any community, any county behind when they're looking at how they do this transition and make it truly just. So that was definitely a point that I wanted to be able to come back to. So last call for committee members. And as we wrap it up, Emily and Stephen, I will come back to you one last time if you have any closing comments. But first, to my colleagues on the committee, does anybody else have any last comments or questions for our speakers before we invite them to wrap up? Can I not see? Okay, they're telling me, Matt, that you have your hand raised. I can't see, but go ahead.
Yeah, there's two Matts for some reason because I'm failing the IQ test today. I just wanted to say thank you to our guests for such brutally honest and transparent comments about how nakedly inappropriate this conflict is for our scoping plan. And Emily, I wish there was and Stephen, I wish there was a succinct footnote or citation mark that we could use to get governance people and our decision makers to take this input more seriously. I've heard similar comments to this spoken straight to people in leadership at the Air Resources Board, and to have it still not get traction must be frustrating for you as it is for me. But I still wanted to take a second to say thank you.
Thanks, Matt. And at this time, I don't see any other hands raised. So definitely echoing, really appreciate the time that you both made, not only to be here today, but the amount of time that you've put into developing expertise around this and many other issues. It's really valuable and important for us as a committee to be able to hear from people who have different angles of expertise and to crowdsource the information, so to speak, because obviously it's not realistic for each of us to become experts in every single aspect of carbon capture technology. And yet we are in or working with frontline communities where we're confronted with the whole complexity and variety of these different proposals, and so have basically been required for our own health and safety to be able to learn about it. So really appreciate you all making the time to prep and come be here with us virtually today. It's definitely been a really enriching dialogue and something that I think we'll be looking to incorporate into the resolution that we're drafting to hopefully give some feedback to the Air Resources Board and the broader audience that follows EJAC. So before we completely wrap this item and move to the next, I want to go to you, Emily, and then Stephen, if you have any closing comments that y'all would like to leave us with.
Just to thank you for your work. This is an incredibly important service that you're all providing, and I really appreciate the chance to come share.
And same, really appreciate the opportunity to be here. Eager to stay in touch and continue working on this. Yeah, just really appreciate it. Thank you.
Great, thank you both. And as I mentioned during the prep call, you are of course more than welcome to stay with us for our following agenda items. And with things may come up during public comment, but you are not at all required to stay. So thank you again for making the time to come meet with us, and definitely look forward to continuing these conversations offline. So with that, we'll wrap item number 4 on our agenda for today, and we'll move to item 5, which is EJAC discussion on direct regulation of livestock methane. I will note, at least on my agenda that got printed out, it says EJAC discussion on direct regulation of methane, but we're focused specifically today on livestock methane. So similar to our last item, we are going to get a presentation from a few speakers, and then we will have an opportunity for discussion. Again, a friendly reminder, I mentioned it this morning, but the last therefore be it resolved of our low carbon fuel standard resolution said that therefore be it resolved essentially that CARB should use their authority pursuant to SB 1383 to directly regulate livestock methane. So that is what the conversation is focused on today, is a follow-up to that piece of the resolution, and definitely a critical issue for meeting climate goals and addressing equity issues, I would say, especially in the San Joaquin Valley around mega dairies and dairy digesters. So similar to the last item, I will just briefly name who our presenters are and then invite each of you, if you'd like to give additional background as you start off your presentation, to go ahead and do that. And similar to previous meetings, we'll spend about 15 minutes or so going through the presentation before we bring it back to the committee for comments and questions. So please get ready for that. After this item, just a friendly reminder, we will have a break and then we will go to public comment. So people in the audience who want to comment, please make sure you're raising your hand or signing up if you're in the room. So for item 5, we are going to hear from Dan Chandler, PhD, who's a retired research and policy consultant, Will Brieger, a retired attorney, and Janet Cox, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Climate Action California. Dan, I'll pass it over to you.
Actually, this is Janet, and I think the way we'll do this is I will start off and introduce Dan and Will, if that's okay.
However you all would like to do it. Go ahead, Janet.
Okay, thank you. So I'm Janet Cox. I am the CEO of Climate Action California, and it's great to be here today. And we're really grateful to EJAC for the invitation. Climate Action California is a statewide nonprofit advocating for state legislation and policy addressing short-lived climate pollutants, principally methane and refrigerants, transportation, and measures that will speed the transition to a low carbon economy. We try to focus on those areas, but there's a lot of great climate action out there, so sometimes we spill out of our lane. We are led and driven by volunteers, which is something that sets us apart from other large climate and environmental groups. We have really wonderful subject matter experts working with us and collaborating on the science-based positions we take. 2 of our volunteers, Dan Chandler and Will Brieger, developed this formal petition to regulate methane from dairies and beef cattle to CARB and the Department of Fish and Agriculture, which we submitted on March 1. After requesting an extension to the statutory requirement to respond to these petitions for 30 days, Dr. Cliff and Secretary Ross responded at the end of May, as Dr. Cliff mentioned earlier. We're here today in hopes of having a conversation with EJAC about the petition, about your resolution that made a similar request, and CARB's mandate to regulate methane from agricultural sources, and to ask EJAC's help in convincing CARB board members to direct staff to act on this, and soon. So as you mentioned, Dan Chandler has a doctorate in sociology from UC Berkeley He is well published in all sorts of peer-reviewed articles and reports. He leads Climate Action California's teams focusing on agricultural methane, on refrigerants, and on offshore wind. Will Brieger practiced environmental law for 30 years at both the California Attorney General's office and at CARB, specializing in both of those positions in air quality and climate change. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dan and Will, and we're all looking forward to your questions. So, Dan, thank you.
Thanks, Janet, and thank you, Catherine. I just wanted to preface my slides by saying that one of the most frustrating things to me is that we spend so much of our time fighting with people who are purportedly our allies in the climate fight. And I see EJAC as sort of a lodestar in the state for taking the lead on that. It's not a fun thing to do, but you do it really well. So I'm going to talk about some of the factual bases for our petition, and then Will is going to talk about some of the legal arguments. Since you have already a resolution on this issue, I'm afraid some of what we have to say is going to be familiar, but hopefully not that much. Next slide, please. And the next slide. Reducing methane is, of course, a world problem, but there are some special features of California livestock methane that are different. Just looking at the world problem, most of us know by now that the methane accounts for 30% of warming. The 2022 scoping plan says, and I think this is really important, and they get it right, methane's short atmospheric lifetime of 12 years, thereabouts, means that emissions reductions will rapidly reduce concentrations in the atmosphere, slowing the pace of temperature rise in this decade. So that is something that's peculiar to methane and not to nitrous oxide or CO2. But the problem is, as you can see from this graph, we're not reducing methane. It's still going up. So it is critical that we start reducing it. Next, please. And next, yeah, thank you. Worldwide, about 90% of livestock and dairy methane is from enteric sources, that is from cow burps primarily. Very little is from manure because in most places the manure remains in solid form and it is left on pastures for fertilizer. It's not in a condition where it is deprived of oxygen, which is what causes the methane. In the United States, compared to the world, 70% of methane from animal agriculture is enteric. In California, the overall livestock, which includes dairies, is 55% enteric. You see a trend here. But for dairies, it's only 45%. In other words, more of the emissions are from manure than from the enteric. So manure produces much more of a cow's total methane in California, and California dairy cows produce much more methane. Next, please. It's not that California cows produce more manure, it's the way in which the manure is managed. As you can see on the graph, the type of manure management that produces the most methane is the anaerobic lagoon. Anaerobic meaning without oxygen. Traditionally, we think of cows in pasture, but because most cows in California are in CAFOs, mega dairies, their manure is flushed out from living and milking areas into giant lagoons, which are hotbeds of methane. In traditional dairy states like New York and Wisconsin, it's too cold to use lagoons. In Europe, the slurry, which is urine and manure combined, is usually stored in covered concrete containers. Next slide, please. So California has, in its efforts to mitigate methane, primarily relied on voluntary adoption of anaerobic digesters, which cover lagoons to capture methane as biogas, which is then used to replace fossil methane, or in some cases to produce electricity using almost always diesel generators. The state's role has been to provide funding for digesters through cap and trade, through the Aliso Canyon settlement, through the California Department of Food and Agriculture Dairy Digester Program, and through low carbon fuel standard credits. Next, please. However, there are quite a few research projects that show methane reductions from alternative manure management methods are equivalent to reductions from digesters. In particular, there are several very good studies that show vermifiltration to be equally as effective in reducing methane as digesters. And recently, the Department of Food and Agriculture has been funding these alternative methods as well as digesters. Next, please. So now we get to the question of how much mitigation we're required to do by SB 1383 and where we are. And the goal is 9 million metric tons out of about 22 million metric tons in 2013. And that was just about, 2012 was the highest amount of methane from livestock and dairies in California. So we're reducing from the highest amount, not from a lower amount, not from, say, 1990, which is where we set the baseline for most of our reductions. And we're not on track. The denial letter for our petition said that they expect to cut about 5 million metric tons of CO2 by the end of 2026, which is about 40%. However, we're not on track. If you look at even if you grant the accuracy of these figures from CARB, they don't add up to reaching the 40% target. If it will have taken from 2016 through 2026, which is 10 years, to achieve 56% of the goal, we would have to double that rate over the next 4 years of funding. Now, it takes 2 years after funding to get emissions reductions in general. So the last date for action is really 2028, which is only 4 years from now. Next slide, please. But we don't actually think that the figures that CARB is using are accurate. They're certainly not verifiable. Let's take a look at several different reasons why we believe this. The first is that the most recent emissions inventory for California, December 2023, goes back only to 2021, but it shows between 2013 and 2021, there was only a 9% reduction. Only verifiable information from digesters in the LCFS program were counted for the emissions inventory. So this is far less than CARB's claim for that time period, which is close to 50% rather than the 9%. So if the requirement is it's verifiable, then we're really far behind. Also, so far as we know, debits are not being taken into account. Alternative manure management program projects only are credited for 5 years. So those projects, their reductions will soon need to be canceled out. Digesters are credited for 10 years, but I've looked at LCFS data and 23 of the 113 California digesters certified have been retired. So we can't count those either. Then there's a whole section on in our petition outlining different studies that show on-the-ground measurement of emissions usually exceeds modeled emissions. That is what CARB uses. A 2023 study, for example, says measured methane emissions from 14 dairies were 60% higher than the rates reported in the CARB inventory. And finally, there are a number of studies that say that basically, and we confirmed this with Matthew Patel, about 26% or less of the total dairy methane is reduced by a digester. That's because enteric is about 45% of the total. And there are other sources, the barn, the milking powders, and digestate besides the digester. So if you take that 26% and you say if every dairy had a digester, only 26% of total farm methane would be reduced. Yet CARB is projecting a 56% reduction from only 353 out of the 1,117 dairy farms. So we are skeptical and think that we need much better measurement and accounting. I'm going to turn it over to Will now to talk about a better alternative.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Will Brieger. I'm going to zip through the following slides, but before I do that, I just want to emphasize there are only 4 simple points that I'm trying to make. One is, was mentioned, methane's the best tool we've got for slowing climate change. According to the UN and physics, it's a super effective way to approach climate. And the executive officer's recent decision on the petition agrees with that. It's important to tackle methane. Second point, the incentives are not working. As you just heard, we would have to double the rate. I mean, there are lots of programs out there. We'd have to double the rate of reductions to get there by 2030. The third point is there is a statute behind all of this, which says it begins with the phrase, the state board shall adopt regulations about livestock and dairy manure. There's a bunch of convoluted qualifiers after that, but there's no question. And again, the executive officer's decision agrees that a regulatory development process is one of the tools that could be used. And finally, there's a huge justice, environmental justice aspect to this because of the criteria pollutants that go with these farms. And once a rulemaking process begins, CARB's very good at looking at the whole situation, looking at potential trade-offs, and fixing problems. And that attention needs to be brought to bear for the communities. All right, so next slide, please. This just shows quickly that the other sources, kind of anthropogenic sources of methane, are being regulated. And I want to pause here for a minute because this committee has a unique charge to consider justice. And there's a fundamental unfairness here. And it's not that I'm shedding tears for the petroleum industry or landfills, but California has an economy-wide climate program. And everyone pays a part. It's not onerous, it's not expensive, but this is who's paying for our climate programs because they do add a little bit of cost here and there. If you pay for garbage collection, you're paying. People who fuel cars, people who have an electricity bill, people who use natural gas, they're paying. People who buy food processed in California, food processors are definitely covered by cap and trade. People who buy goods manufactured in California. So we're all doing our part in this economy-wide system. Who is not paying? the livestock operations, zero requirements around climate. So there's a kind of, you can call it EJ, you can call it consumer unfairness. It's just unjust to leave them out. Next slide, please. The just as Dan Chandler recently mentioned, this is not a super aggressive baseline. All the other programs are reductions compared to 1990. Dairy methane emissions doubled between 1990 and 2013, and that's their baseline. So that's generous. Since some of the early statutes on climate, now we have a goal to reduce 85% below 1990 levels. So again, the relevant legislation, SB 1383, is not super aggressive or onerous to this sector. Next slide, please. The criteria pollutant issues, I'm not going to read the slide. There are quite a few around large dairies. The executive officer and Secretary Ross's decision denying the petition agreed. Criteria pollutants, including ammonia and ammonium nitrate particulates, are part of the problem that needs to be addressed. Next slide, please. One of the issues that is kind of tying board staff up, the board, the public, a lot of bandwidth is very focused on LCFS. The problems are well known, it's very controversial, but one of those problems would be solved if methane were regulated. And I'm referring to the generous crediting to capture of dairy methane. Right now, because it's not required, it's considered voluntary, so-called avoided emissions. And the handful of early adopters who have digesters are handsomely paid for that. But that means the entire rest of the industry, the majority of facilities, are completely unregulated. So we don't need to, there's a promise to the folks who were early adopters. We should keep that promise. They can earn their credits under the existing LCFS score, but everybody else needs to step up and take action. Next slide, please. Finally, another point on which the recent petition decision agrees with our petition was we need more information, including better information from the facility-specific data, as well as research. There's information is hard to come by. Why hasn't there been a simple requirement to report, to monitor and report, even if it's the data on from which one can model emissions? Number of cows. There's no requirement to tell CARB how many cattle are at a particular facility. There are no requirements to report. So that would be a simple step and certainly part of any regulation. It doesn't require any new authority. CARB has always had the ability to use administrative tools to get information. They could certainly do a regulation to require monitoring and reporting. Next slide, please. That was exactly one of the conclusions of EJAC's consultant, Professor Wara, who noted that farm level data is necessary. We need more of it. There's no barrier to getting it. If we had it, of course, it would bring all of this into better focus. The specifics of how best to regulate the varied facilities that we find in California. So at this point, as a procedural matter, we have submitted our petition. That process is delegated to the executive officer So Dr. Cliff and Secretary Ross at Agriculture have denied the request insofar as we wanted regulation. The board has the power to do what it wishes. And so our hope today is to kind of reanimate this body, which has already passed a resolution calling for regulation. We need to push the board, frankly. And this can happen. There's lots of good news. The recent decision by Dr. Cliff notes that we've identified through all these incentive programs a lot of effective strategies. And then only just in the last couple of weeks, there was an approval of a new feed additive that's now been deemed safe for the animals, for people, and so forth, to reduce enteric emissions. So the tools are there, and it's just time to act. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Will, Dan, and Janet. Was there anything else that you wanted to add? Or was that the conclusion of your presentation?
That's our conclusion. We love any questions.
Okay, great. Just wanted to confirm. Good afternoon, everybody. This is Dr. Catherine again. So we'll go to discussion now amongst the committee members. So if you have a question in the room, if you can put your tent card up. If you've got a question on Zoom, if you can raise your virtual hand. I quickly wanted to mention and invite my colleagues to add on or amend as needed. But this morning we did get opening comments from Dr. Cliff where he mentioned responses to several of our agenda items, including this item. And essentially what I heard him say was, we need to study the problem more first. So we're going to convene a stakeholder group before we do any kind of regulations. So for one, I wanted to put that on your radar. And for two, I wanted to hear any responses that you all had to that. I mean, I would just initially express general frustration that it seems like if it's something we don't want to do, we like to study it a lot and cause paralysis by analysis. And if it's something that's in the interest of industry to do, then we're going to do it as fast as possible. So again, kind of contrasting with our last conversation where there are very narrow applications for carbon capture, and we shouldn't just be kind of free-for-alling, which we are. But now with livestock methane, we know there are huge implications, not just for controlling methane, but for exacerbating air pollution problems in environmental justice communities in the San Joaquin Valley. We already know those impacts are happening. How many more studies, how much more research do we need before we actually get to the regulatory piece? So I don't know if any of you were on, but I was definitely frustrated to hear that their response was basically like, let's convene a group and study it more before we get to regulate. So curious the thoughts of the panel.
Well, I'll just jump in. There's always more to learn. A lot of it would be learned by simply requiring dairies and other livestock facilities to submit information, which is how most regulatory efforts begin. There's a lot of agreement, frankly, between the petitioners and Dr. Cliff's decision. We need better information. Let's go get it. The other thing I've noticed through watching the rulemaking process unfold, it's a learning organization at CARB. People come forward, the best expertise from academe, from the public, from the industry is all brought, and the staff is all brought to bear. And good products come out of that process. So we may not start with all of the answers, but it doesn't mean we shouldn't start.
Thanks for that, Will. Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead, Dan.
I wanted to follow up a little bit. In our petition, we have a whole appendix devoted to measuring methane. And in particular, there is a farm level methane measurement system that has been developed by UC Riverside researchers. They applied it to 2019. It's basically created by compiling information from multiple different databases that are used for other sources. But with the exception of a couple of items, it's all there. So that is right there waiting to be implemented. And it has been verified twice using aerial detection of methane for these farms. So I really don't think that the issue is that the issue is, yes, we don't know enough, but the answer to how to learn more is very simple.
All right. Thank you for those on the Zoom for your patience. I can't see you super well in the room, so I've got to lean over and look at somebody else's screen. Kevin Hamilton, I see your hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to, on Dr. Cliff's comments that you related there, Catherine, I just wanted to kind of speak to those and my frustration in general with this process as it is today. Number one, as far as cow counts, say that about 6 times fast. Back, I'm going to go back 15 years ago now, 16 years ago with dairy permitting. The district formed a dairy permitting advisory group where we discussed VOC emissions from individual animals. And there was determined a VOC emission rate. And then the definition of a large animal feeding operation versus a smaller one was created. It was based on milking cows, so it only counted about 2/3 of the cows on the dairy. However, districts actually have at least some data on how many cows are on dairies. They regularly give permits for new pumps and other equipment based on the number of additional cows they're going to have on their facilities. So the data is available in pieces, and it's given mainly from my experience to local land use agencies and air districts as part of their permitting process. And so it would seem to me that at the very least, CARB needs to mine that and find out about it and what's available and access that and use that at the very least, because there is an emission factor that's sort of been settled on per cow for this particular gas. So I think that's, it's really not fair to say that there's no information, I suppose. It's just, it's out there and it's not in the place it needs to be. I'm speaking more to CARB, not to the folks who spoke so eloquently and accurately today, because it may as well not be there. It's not being used in this conversation. The fact that CARB is giving away money and the state is giving away money to an entity for reducing emissions that we can't even measure seems ridiculous. That's a standard that we hold every other industry to. And this is an industry. They say it very clearly. It's the dairy industry. It's the agricultural industry. And yet we've chosen not to regulate it in the same fashion as we would anybody else in the state and create those same requirements. Very, very frustrating to not have that level playing field. And I know those other industries are frustrated in that as well. And then the last thing that just seems obvious is that CARB needs to regulate both fugitive and directly emitted emissions. You're doing it again. It's already been played in other industries. Again, why do we have this lack of a level playing field? It just doesn't make any sense. I'm surprised somebody in those industries hasn't started some litigation regress on this whole thing. I know if I was there, I'd be raising hell about it. So when you look at that and you look at the opportunities that AMMP presents, and you look at the fact that initially and continuing, we've seen hundreds of millions of dollars go out to dairy digesters. We've seen 10% of that much money go to AMMP. In the initial tranche of money in 1383, AMP got $4 million, and the dairy digesters got $120 million. I mean, that kind of inequity, of course, pushes us toward the digester operation. People go where the money is. But the folks who adopted those AMMP strategies, as was mentioned in this conversation, in this presentation, deserve to have that foresight and that willingness to really take this on recognized and continue to be recognized. And we need to evaluate and compare those two. And last but not least, CARB has just put around from the research side this study that suggests that looking at 2040 to 2050, somehow we can actually calculate the ultimate methane reductions that happen there. I just want to call that straight up bullshit science. I'm sorry. I'm a science guy, and I just thought that was horrible. I mean, it's great to try to use those assumptions and make those kinds of predictions, but we need to know what's happening now, and we need to know what has already happened. We need to be able to talk about next year, 5 years from now, 10 years from now. But to say something like that and then try to use a piece of research like that in a regulatory process, again, is disingenuous and shades the actual problem that we haven't really considered the entire operation and the emissions it creates and the impacts on that community. So that's enough for my soapbox on this now. Thank you for your time and great presentations. I really appreciate it. All of you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. All really important points. Dan, Janet, and Will, I'm not sure if there's anything you want to respond to before I go to the next committee member. Oh, Dan, I see your hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah. I wanted to mention something that we didn't really get into. Will said it happened, but this is the approval by the FDA of 3-NOP, which is an additive to abate methane from enteric sources. And what does this signify for either the continued voluntary incentive program or for regulation? The 3-NOP, if you look at a wide variety of studies, it will reduce maybe 40% of the methane, enteric methane from dairy cows, and somewhat less, maybe 30% from cattle, beef cattle. But that's not the actual amount of methane that is reduced if you look at life cycle assessment. And CARB actually paid for one of those, a very good one from Professor Kebriab, who is at UC Davis. And his estimate for the life cycle assessment of how much methane would be reduced by 3-NOP is 11%. So that's of the total farm methane. So that's an opportunity, but if we do it just on the basis of voluntary incentives, we're not going to achieve anything like that. It's going to have to be much more universal, which means the regulation. And there's a catch in this because the dairy industry is already planning very heavily on issuing offset credits for this enteric methane that is being reduced by 3-NOP. In other words, there's a lot of money that they're planning on getting from implementing this, and that money would not happen if there were regulation, because you couldn't, if it's already required, you can't give credits for it. So that's the newest twist in all of this.
Thank you. In the room, we have a question from Luis. Luis, go ahead.
Yeah, I didn't really have a question, just to comment. One of the things about aging in the environmental justice movement is that I've seen the same old conversation we kind of already know. And we've tried the volunteer approach for the industry to voluntarily do better. There's these market-based approaches. And just an observation, you know, I've seen in communities, I certainly live in one of those, where the livestock outnumbers the population. And I'm a big proponent of companies being successful. You know, they're successful, our community is successful, but however, it doesn't seem to work the same way in disadvantaged environmental justice communities. There isn't sort of a growing together and succeeding together. Often see these companies very successful, buying $500,000, maybe even $1 million trophy trucks to go out and race. And I mean, it's great to watch, but I mean, a lot of that money is coming from not doing enough, not going far enough voluntarily. You know, when you have that kind of disposable resource to invest so largely in these types of activities, maybe for marketing, maybe not. I'm sure there's many other investments. It's not balanced. It's where companies keep growing exponentially. Community gets sicker, the air gets worse, and we're paying more in medical bills. And so it's no different than if I had a business of delivering pizzas, and I'd be like, what the heck, you know, I want to deliver more pizzas. I'm going to drive 100 miles an hour to every stop. And then the highway patrol being like, hey, you're going over 100, that's reckless, slow down. You know, and I don't slow down, and I'm reckless again, and I don't slow down, and I'm reckless again. And so I'm voluntarily letting you slow down, and I don't slow down. At what point do we realize maybe like a warning involuntarily is not working? And so it's just the same. Probably come back 5 years from now, and it's going to be the same. The voluntary approach. Thank you for the information. I think we're just getting data of what we already know and what we've known for a very long time. So thanks for reminding us of where we really stand. Thanks.
Thank you, Luis. So just a quick time check for the committee and our participants. In a few minutes, we'll close this item and then we'll take a short break. And I will be looking to staff in a second to tell us how long the break will be and what time we will come back. And after the break, we'll go to public comment, and then our final item will be next steps and closing remarks. So I wanted to do one last call for committee members. If there are any other committee members, especially those who have not spoken, but anybody really who still has comments or questions, please raise your hand or put your tent card up now. And also just a prompt for our speakers, Dan, Will, and Janet. I will also come to you all before we close this item in case you have any closing thoughts you would like to leave us with. In the room, I see Tom put his tent card up. Go ahead, Tom.
I wanted to make sure, just because I spoke before, if there wasn't anybody else, or if I should just go ahead. Okay, I'll just go ahead. Is everybody pretty familiar with the reason why all of school children drink milk at school? It takes a lot of power to pull that off, doesn't it? Just want to point that out, what we're looking at here. I grew up in East Stanislaus County. For the first 12 years of my life, I lived next to a dairy. Different locations, but always next to a dairy. That's how much they are around. For the first 10 years in Oakdale, and then for another 3 years in Hickman. These are small rural places. I knew the dairy operators. More likely, I knew the dairy workers. I went to school with their kids. We lived next door to them as well. I'm very familiar with dairies, folks that own dairies, work at dairies, impact on the economy. Have I ever worked on a dairy? No, I'm not an expert, as to that far, but I'm just illustrating that is my background. There's a joke in Oakdale when I was growing up, depending on which way the wind was blowing, you either smell the Hershey's chocolate factory, which closed down and moved, or you smell a dairy because those are the two main smells, and you can tell which way the wind is blowing by what you can smell, chocolate or a dairy. And those smells are like forever ingrained in my brain. Like I smell a dairy right back, to my childhood. There's, we don't have a lot of huge mega dairies in Stanislaus County. A lot of the folks I'm talking about, nice people, like I said, met family members actually that, in the dairy industry. So to say, I don't say that I'm like completely against the industry, like close them all down, things like that. But I mean, to me, it just comes down to this slide 14, the social justice, the environmental justice issues with the dairy. I don't want to shut them all down. I'm not saying they're all, bad folks, that they're doing this on stuff on purpose, but there's an issue. We got to deal with the issue. We got to deal with these environmental justice issues that come from dairies. It's just as simple as that. And why, out of all these other industries, oil and gas, waste, is the methane from dairies completely unregulated? It's not very complicated to me. Why does every single child in American elementary school get a carton of milk for every meal, even though we've long said, milk is not the great healthy thing that we once maybe said it was, but we still get it, still get those milks every day. So that's the size and the influence of the industry. It's as simple as that. I've been trying to look as much into the dairy digester issue as possible, because if somebody came to, one of the communities in Stanislaus County and said, there's this dairy nearby, I know it smells, it's releasing methane and ammonia and all these other, oh, by the way, I meant to mention on slide 14, you can add the nitrate contamination to the groundwater as one of the effects of dairies. Again, not trying to just hate on dairies, but just pointing out these are factual issues. There's a whole state program to try to clean up the nitrate contamination in Stanislaus County. Actually, more of even on the west side, because there's actually more dairies kind of on both of the far ends, more urban, centers in the middle. But we have to do something about those issues. So if somebody came and said, we're going to put a digester on the lagoon, it's going to reduce some of that smell, it's going to reduce some of the methane emissions, I would say that's great. Okay, now tell me the negative. And I talked to folks about the dairy digester issue, and then I talked to environmental justice folks about it. And the negatives that that have come to understand is that, as we discussed, the better alternatives. Are we taking funding away from better alternatives? So a lot of it has to do with the funding. How's the funding being used? The LCFS credits we talked about and looked at, you're more incentivized to do dairy digesters than, investing in electric trucks and things like that. The other negative part seems to me that the locking in of natural gas infrastructure, which we're trying to do away with. We're trying to get, gas stoves out of people's homes because we're learning about the negative impacts of that. We're trying to go towards electric. So it seems like this infrastructure being locked in could be a missed opportunity, wasted investment. That's another concern of mine. The other main topic that I asked kind of both sides about, if you want to put it that way, was the incentivization, that's a word, of the herd sizes. Is it incentivizing commodification of waste, of the cow waste? Is that incentivizing more cows because you can make money off of not only the dairy but now the waste? And I remember hearing specifically from, the dairy folks that there wasn't one dairy that has had a digester put on it that has then increased herd size. So I'd like to double check, if that is a fact. I did ask about that, like I said, to environmental justice folks. And the explanations I got was, number one, not all the counties have very strict herd counting. Some of the counties, especially the ones with larger herd sizes, like I think it was Tulare County that specifically was brought up, very, very little data on herd sizes, very lax enforcement of putting in applications to grow herd sizes. So some dairies don't even bother putting in an application because they know if they grow, nobody's going to complain and nobody's going to come out and enforce it. That the stat was that since they've gotten a digester, they haven't grown, but that in fact, you could hear that you're going to get a digester, then grow, then get it, and then not grow. So it's still technically true, even though it's a little misleading. So I'd like to know more about that. These are just honest things that somebody from one of these communities that knows about dairies and importance to local economies, but also an environmental justice advocate who sees all these negative impacts of dairies that I just honestly want to know and get to the bottom of. But it was a great presentation. I think that definitely adds to a lot of the information that I was trying to seek out. And that it just doesn't seem like a crazy far out ask to start doing more better standardized uniform data collection on the herd sizes, on the pollution that's coming from them, monitoring, and all that kind of stuff. It does not seem like an insane ask. And the only reason why it hasn't happened is the same reason why all our kids are still drinking a carton of milk or given a carton of milk every day at school. So that's my piece on that issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Just to clarify, you didn't have any questions for the panelists?
I mean, my question is, am I wrong about any of that? Do you have any answers to some of the questions I stated? I guess that would be the question.
Dan, if you want to answer that about herd size, I think you know more than I do.
This is still somewhat of a mystery. There are dairies that are required to file an environmental impact report when they increase herd size substantially. But there have not been a lot of those so far as I can find. I think the Leadership Council tracks those probably better than I do, but there have been several. Then there are ways of looking at the data to see if herd size seems to have increased. But the main issue is that the concentration in the dairy industry is just progressing. It's been going for 50 years now, and it's getting worse and worse. The federal data, Department of Agricultural data on agriculture that they do every 5 years just came out this February. And it shows large losses of smaller dairies and farms and much more concentration of big ones. So it's very difficult to distinguish the digester influence from these other very strong influences towards concentration and larger farms.
Thank you for that, Dan. Will and Janet, was there anything else you wanted to add before we go? I see a couple of other EJAC members in the meantime have raised their hands.
No, please proceed.
Okay, so we're going to go to Ray next and then Matt. And I would also say this is last call. Any other committee members who want to ask a comment or question, please put your hands up. Go ahead, Ray.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. Sorry I couldn't be there in person. But hearing all these comments, it's just making me reflect on what's going on within 15 miles of my city. We have 5 Points. It's an unincorporated community. And there's an elementary school called Westside Elementary School. Right next door, there's a dairy that is expanding their operation. And it's a the same school where they give them a little carton of milk on the daily. But on the other end, next door, and in very close proximity, there's I don't know what the increase is, if it's 50% or what the number is exactly percentage wise of the herd being augmented. But definitely what I do know is that the particulates and the methane and all the other contaminants that come with are obviously immediately impacting the most vulnerable children in our society and the farm worker community consequently. So it's there's just not enough control. There's not enough control. And this is coming from I'm a milk drinker. I mean, every morning before I left to school, my mom made sure I had a glass of milk, a tortilla, and a couple of scrambled eggs, that was, my whole life. And today I still like chugging a nice cold glass of milk. I don't have to probably drink as much, and I think I could cut it down, and maybe eventually, through frustration with the rogueness of the industry, is probably just cut it all out. But I think there needs to be more responsibility and more accountability for sure. And going off of Luis's metaphor, a lot of people like pizza, right? But you gotta be safe in delivering it, because if you're not, you're endangering not just the pizza eaters, but also those that don't eat the pizza. Hope that makes sense. And the extension of Luis's pizza metaphor. But yeah, I mean, there's got to be a honing down on ensuring that the emissions and from these type of facilities is really paid attention to, reduced, mitigated, ultimately really eliminated, especially when we're talking about the health and well-being of the most vulnerable in our society. And we want these kids to excel. If they're sick because of this pollution, they're not going to excel in life and academically. So yeah, I agree with my colleagues, and thank you for that presentation. It's always good to have data, but as one of my other colleagues already said, it's like, we already know. We can't give you the detailed data sets, but we know that it's a problem, and it not only continues to exist, but it seems to become worse for whatever reason. And thank you for the opportunity to come.
Thanks, Ray, for providing that perspective. So we'll go to Matt, and then I will add a closing comment, and then again ask our panelists if they have any thoughts that they'd like to leave us with. Go ahead, Matt.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring a little synthesis to the comments we heard from Kevin through Luis and Tom about how this really is an issue about power. It's not some sort of technical mystery. This is the kind of thing that happens in advisory groups when there's no social scientists, or in staff when there's no social science core competency. And so that's not just my opinion. This is one of the findings of the AB 1757 Natural and Working Lands Committee that flatly stated, we don't presume to know everything about the socioeconomics of every single individual community, but we do recognize that the negative impacts from agriculture in general often come as a result of the protraction of the decision makers from the people who experience those impacts. And so what this program is doing, it's increasing the power of individual dairy operators. It's concentrating dairy operations, and it is insulating those operators from the impacts of their work that result in all sorts of nitrogen blooms in the delta and the a situation in my hometown of Stockton where we can't even go near the water because somebody's making $1 billion up creek making white milk. So I'll include the link to those preliminary recommendations from the expert advisory committee. And I look forward to someday actually having the joint EAC EJAC meeting that we've had formal motions in both bodies to plan and execute. Thank you.
Kevin Hamilton, I see your hand is up again. Go ahead.
Wanted to just sort of pull it all together historically. There have been a number of official actions taken here over time. Again, I refer back to the Dairy Permitting Advisory Group, the Air District. That information and that activity should be brought forward, and how that was done was very contentious, but in the end, we were able to work to consensus on a factor for VOC emissions from dairies, and that has become part of how they are permitted in the valley. So it's happened, it can be done, and it can be done with this. I sat on the 1383 committee, the Dairy Advisory Committee there, worked specifically on the idea of how do we save this business? How do we make sure that the dairymen themselves aren't run out of business by this? Part of my earliest memories are being on my uncle's dairy. He used to tell me that smell that I smelled was the smell of money. And I have experienced going out there at 4 o'clock in the morning, washing those udders and putting those machines on and milking and getting it on the trucks and doing it again at 4 o'clock at night and doing it every day. Those people work really hard at what they do, and they're committed to what they do. Even the bigger dairies are often still family owned. So the biggest problem and the emissions largely come from the need to produce more milk. And as you can't supplement it here with graze, as you can in most of the rest of the country, it's more artificial in the environment. But that additional feed costs more money to get them to the point where they can compete on milk production and become profitable. So I'm saying that to say that we need to develop different strategies here. Instead of the digester strategy, why aren't we reimbursing farmers for the money they would lose if they changed their feed concentration and types and lost a little in productivity? That's done in agriculture in the commodity market all the time. So, something like that, the state could look at developing here. There are better ways to do this than to, for some reason, and I believe it ends up being all about money in the end. We ended up with this sort of blanket solution for this methane that while the digester itself is a good solution, that we needed to siphon the gas off from that and use it for something. And that handled the whole problem. So I would wonder from these three folks, are there thoughts that you have? I mean, you mentioned AMMP more broadly. Are there more specific thoughts that you might have that you didn't talk about today, or recommendations that we might take forward that look at it from that perspective? I think to some extent, there's been this brush tarring the whole dairy industry as somehow, trying to kill us all. And it's just not true. I know that's not true. I know they feel victimized by this whole thing. They feel like, it's enough just trying to get enough water to do their work every day, let alone having to deal with the regulatory environment from CARB or anybody else. And they've been presented with this as a solution that can get CARB off their backs. And it's a false solution, of course. I mean, we can't even get them to use their own electricity that's created from this gas so that they can electrify all the equipment on the dairy and get that electricity at least at only the cost of producing it. They can't even get that. I mean, there are ways that we can reduce their footprints in this kind of emissions, with these kind of emissions, and reduce pollution, air pollution from the dairy at the same time. And we seem to be walking by all of those, but I don't know. Thoughts?
Yeah, I'll just jump in to say I really want to underscore several things you just said. One is, dairymen, dairy families work hard. There's no question, and they want to be part of the solution. We know there's a lot of attention on digesters. That's one tool But as CARB has learned, and as the research shows, there are a lot of other techniques that can be used in combination or as appropriate, depending on the facility. So we know how to do this. I'm not saying it's simple to craft a regulation in this area. And CARB has pointed that out in their recent denial. There are a lot of complexities, but we know enough that we can do something. Matter of fact, we know several techniques, and we'll put a link up to the petition, which has an appendix about this. There's a lot of techniques that do something, and CARB is really excels at figuring these problems out. I mean, look at automobiles. They squeezed the last drop of everything except carbon dioxide out of that emission. So I have a lot of confidence that if the process starts, we'll be able to make a lot of progress.
I wanted to add just one thing. I think Kevin is right in pointing back to some of the discussions right when 1383 was getting started. There were a much broader structure of possible solutions being considered, and we've put a number of those into an appendix of our petition. And I wanted to end by saying that the EJAC has included your call for regulation as part of your resolution on the LCFS. And I would hope that it might be possible for you at least to consider a separate resolution that uses some of the research and reasoning in our petition to call for more application by CARB and the board of responding to what you have said, and maybe put some dates on it so that it doesn't just get blown off as part of their general blowing off of criticisms of LCFS. Thank you. And thank you very much for the discussion today and for inviting us.
And, I would say that I think you're right, Kevin, it really is about power. And we have heard the dairy representatives say in every way they can, don't mess with us, don't touch this, don't change anything. And I think that, as Will said, if they get a sense that CARB is actually going to do something, I think they'll jump into some of these other possibilities. And, I think it's just a question of starting. And that's why we're hoping that the board members that we've been talking to, who are really pretty positive about this and concerned and willing to do something, if the board members will simply say to staff, come on, let's just start. And they have to do it. I think maybe you can break this logjam. But it takes courage and energy. And we're just grateful for all of you here caring about this for a long time and working on it forever. And if there's anything that our petition can do to help move this along and get something started, that's why we're here. So thank you.
Thank you, Janet and Dan, for those thoughts. Will, was there anything that you wanted to add before we close this item?
No, thank you very much for convening this discussion. We appreciate it.
Of course, and thank you again for participating. I did have a couple quick closing thoughts that I wanted to share, and then I'll do a logistical update. As everyone has acknowledged, dairy is definitely a powerful industry. As the mom of 2 school-age kids, I've definitely seen not only do they get the free carton of milk every day, but they get marketing materials promoting the dairy industry. That being said, I also consume dairy products, right? And it's kind of like when the refiners or the oil industry people say, well, did you get here in gas-powered car? Like somehow you can't comment on industry regulation if you like consume the goods. But let's be straight up, right? This is not about people's individual behavior and whether we each drink milk or drive gas-powered cars. These are about systemic structures. We're talking about billions of dollars of incentives, regulatory processes, right, that are setting up and creating these intended and unintended consequences. And CARB is a very powerful agency as well that has a lot of resources to influence the way that environmental and climate programs are rolled out. Obviously, that's why we're all here. Going back to my comments earlier, we have previously pointed out as a committee, and CARB staff has done their own analysis saying, yes, that they do need better data and monitoring because they don't fully understand the emissions from dairies. So that more data and monitoring is generally a good thing. And at the same time, that shouldn't keep us from acting on impacts that we already know that are happening, that we can already see on the ground and that we absolutely know are inequitable. So I hope the overall takeaway that CARB staff and decision makers are getting from this conversation and really from all of EJAC's recommendations is we need to act faster and with more of a lens towards equity-based issues and the adverse impact that we're having on environmental justice communities. So again, really appreciate the follow-up discussion on direct regulation of livestock methane. Hopefully it is something that we see progress on. Logistically, a couple of quick updates. We were scheduled to have a break, but our meeting is also set to end in an hour, and we as EJAC have to maintain quorum in order to keep the meeting going. Right now, we're at 8 members, so that means that if members need to take break, up to 2 of us at a time can step out and we'll still have quorum. So we've decided internally that we're going to go ahead and forego the break in the interest of trying to make sure that we get through our agenda and get everybody out of here by 5 o'clock. But that being said, please take care of yourselves. If you need to take a break, please take a break. So that would take us to the last 2 items. Next will be public comment, and then we'll do next steps and closing remarks. So if you are in the room or on Zoom and you have not yet, in the room, please sign up if you would like to give comment, and staff will come around with a microphone when they call your name. And if you're on Zoom, please go ahead and raise your hand so that we can get an accurate count for how many people we have to comment. And with that, I'm going to pass it back to staff.
Thank you, Dr. Catherine. So we'll now open up the public comment period. We ask that everyone who is interested in speaking in Zoom raise their hands, and we will call on you accordingly. For those in the room, we'll be sure to go down the list of sign-ins that wanted to provide a public comment. We'll make sure to switch off between in-person and Zoom comments. Please be as succinct as possible so we can make sure to get to everyone. We'll allow 3 minutes for each commenter at this time, and we'll let you know if we need to adjust based on the volume. Please state your name and affiliation before you provide your question or comment. So just going down the list of in-person, first I have Michael Bocadoro.
Hello. Thank you. And I want to extend this invitation, not just to this group, because I've extended it, but I want to extend it to the group that did the presentation, because there's just still a disconnect on the information that's being provided and discussed, and a lot of accurate statements being made and quite a few inaccurate statements being made. So we would love to be given an opportunity. I would encourage you to invite California Department of Food and Ag. I think one of the big misunderstandings, we hear a lot that this is all digester focused, and it's not. The dairy industry does not support just digesters. We support alternative manure management practices as well. And we would agree that solid separation and vermifiltration are important. Let me just correct the misstatement. We have actually funded more alternative manure management practices here in California, 185 to date, than digesters, 140 to date, with incentive dollars. More dollars truly have been spent on digesters, but more projects on AMP. And that discrepancy is going to grow over time because we're getting additional funding into AMP. One of the technologies cited by your proponents today, or your speakers today, was vermifiltration. We're implementing that in California because the dairy industry, along with CDFA, went to USDA and got funding for it. We've got 12 projects being implemented today. We hope to have 20 or 30 more in the next 2 years with the available funding that we have. So we would agree with that, but it's very misrepresenting when groups come in like they did today and suggest that this is all about digesters. It's not. We recognize that. Secondly, it's really important to understand that we are on track to achieve the reductions. What was cited today was a number in CARB's letter that talks only about the reductions achieved with the funding that's been granted to date. Far more funding is available from the state and federal government. We're going to be able to implement far more projects, and we're going to have much more significant attrition in the industry than CARB estimates. So it's very misleading to say we're not on track when we are. The speakers today cited Dr. Cabrabe at UC Davis, and they talked about his work. They're ignoring the work that Dr. Cabrabe and two of his colleagues did just a little over a year ago, where they found that the state's dairy industry was on track to achieve the reductions. We are on track, and it's very frustrating when we hear that we're not. And let me just lastly address this issue of why the dairy industry is not being regulated for methane. And this is a public policy decision made by the legislature with a lot of input from a lot of parties. Investor-owned utilities, gas companies, oil companies, landfills all have one thing in common. They can pass on the costs of their regulatory burdens. Farmers cannot. Farmers are price takers. They have no ability to pass those costs on. That's why the dairy industry was treated differently by the legislature in 1383 and given an opportunity to achieve these reductions with voluntary incentives, and it's working. Suggestions that it's not working, I think, are misrepresentative. We would love to have an opportunity to answer a lot of the questions that folks have, but we're never given that opportunity. I've requested that opportunity on multiple occasions. We would welcome it. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we have Miguel Alatorre.
Like doing the crawl. Okay, we're good. Okay, so my name is Miguel Alatorre Jr. I'm here as a resident of Kettleman City and as a friend to the community of Buttonwillow. And so I heard a lot spoken about the carbon sequestration. And I just want to really thank the EJAC for being forward and putting those policies that's going to be protecting communities, because carbon sequestration is not the solution. It's not something that the residents of Buttonwillow want. They feel like they're being continuously dumped on through all means. The cumulative health impacts that this pipeline could bring could be very, very disastrous to the community of Buttonwillow that already has a hazardous waste landfill. It's bordered on all sides by agricultural land. They have a plethora of oil and gas infrastructure, both the fracking, excavation, you name it. So they have all of that, and they still want to do this carbon pipeline and inject a bunch of stuff that's akin to, injecting water into Swiss cheese, and they want to sell it as something that's going to be an economic benefit to the area of Buttonwillow. But we know the truth and the science behind the project, and it's only creating 3 full-time jobs, none of which are earmarked for the community of Buttonwillow. So the economic benefits do not outweigh the health risk. And so I'm here to make sure that the concerns of the community of Buttonwillow are heard. They are not a dumping ground. They are not a test for being guinea pigs to this carbon pipeline. We know and have seen that it does not work. The science proves it does not work. So let's do what we can to make sure that this community doesn't get poisoned further. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Phoebe Seaton.
Phoebe Seaton with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. I want to thank the EJAC, of course, on your continued hard work on hard issues, and continuing to take on the toughest battles facing the environmental justice in California, and the panel that spoke. Unfortunately, I was only able to participate today to listen to the panel on livestock methane. We agree that it's kind of urgent and necessary and extremely timely at this moment, if not sooner. But given that we can't participate in TAM travel, immediately initiate rulemaking on livestock methane to develop well-informed regulations that take into account the diversity of the livestock and dairy industry in California and beyond, that call on the expertise of a variety of stakeholders, including the panelists today, including some of the public commenters today, and small and large farmers throughout the state and consumers throughout the state. The failure to regulate is both impeding our ability to address livestock methane and creating, as we've talked about in the context of the low carbon fuel standard and many other energy programs, kind of perverse impacts to the environment and to other industries and to clean energy overall. Every day that we don't initiate regulations is another day that we're putting ourselves further down the path of bad decision making and bad incentives and bad incentive structures that are damaging the communities that many people live in. Finally, I wasn't able to hear the comments earlier this morning. I would say that I participated, as did Kevin Hamilton and maybe others, in stakeholder meetings several years ago that were required by SB 1383 in the Health and Safety Code, that were kind of necessary to complete prior to the initiation of adopting regulations. Much work has happened, and anything else that's required prior to adopting regulations can happen in the process of developing those regulations. And just again, urge EJAC to kind of reinforce its kind of commitment to continue to push for kind of immediate initiation of regulation and kind of by extension, the staff and the board. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Next, we have Nicole Rice.
Good afternoon, Nicole Rice, California Renewable Transportation Alliance. Thank you for the opportunity to provide these comments. I first just wanted to say that we as CRTA, we appreciate the effort that CARB went through in their petition response to lay out the foundation that supported their position for moving forward with exploratory efforts on this issue in the form of a workshop in August, but also partially denying the petition to take immediate action to regulate the dairy industry. And I think it's important because we continue to talk about CARB's authority and what they can do and how they can move expeditiously in this area. But we have to remember what the statute actually says. And the statute says before CARB can regulate in this area, that they have to go through a very extensive exploratory process. And even if they make a recommendation that regulations are warranted, they still have to go through other steps to be able to identify the reasons that support that decision. Some of those steps and the analysis that needs to go into that includes looking at how the current incentive-based process is working and whether that incentive-based process is actually bringing about the emission reductions in methane that is part of meeting the goal in California. So we appreciate and look forward to having those conversations with CARB and others, including yourself, in August, so that we can look at and assess what those steps are that CARB needs to go through and whether or not all those boxes have been checked that warrant them going into a regulatory proceeding on this matter. I wanted to also secondarily piggyback on what Mr. Bocadoro said, is that it is very important to have all the parties in these discussions at the table. I appreciate the invitation that EJAC gave to me to be able to come and speak to you on general issues. And I also want to encourage you all to have other parties engaged in this discussion at the table. As we said, or rather I said when I came to speak with you, that we all agree on the problem, but we have different ways of solving it. And by having everyone at the table, we can have a chance to unpack those solutions and to find a path forward. We don't always have to agree in the end, but at least the voices will be heard. And then lastly, I wanted to address the idea about the waste of investment with the build out of the natural gas that results from these dairy digester projects. And I first want to say that it's not a wasted investment. First of all, the state's not funding that investment. The industry is. And secondarily, RNG is a feedstock for hydrogen and for electrification deployment. So it's going to help us get to the development and maturity of those technologies that we all want to see be part of the solution. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we have Ryan Kenny.
Hi, happy late Friday. My name is Ryan Kenny with Clean Energy. My company is the nation's largest provider of renewable natural gas transportation fuel. And we join in the industry to invest in the dairy digester projects. And of course, as was stated earlier, this isn't just about dairy digesters, but the topic today, of course, is on regulation versus incentives. So I did want to comment on and add to the conversation a business perspective, because that hasn't really been discussed in these conversations. The LCFS is working. It's reducing avoided methane emissions. The business plan has not really been discussed on how the regulation would work or how to reach those requirements in SB 1383. The LCFS credits with the voluntary system as the model as it is now are driving avoided methane emission reductions. Businesses like mine they take private capital, and the risk is a very important component. It's a real component. And so is return on investment, and so is return on investment over an acceptable time period. And that's what's driving these projects. And the LCFS is working because of that. If there aren't any credits, then the state will have to come up with funds to reach those same avoided methane emission goals. Last year, a Senate committee estimated that the cost to the state, if the LCFS credits were discontinued, would be $3.2 to $4 billion. Who's going to bear that cost? The dairies, the state? And that's a real part of this conversation that's not really been discussed. And you can see right now in the LCFS credit prices on the impact on investment. LCFS credits are at an all-time low, and we're seeing diminished investment because of that. Renewable diesel, it's going to other states right now because there's no incentive here in California. There is a renewable diesel plant with Vertex Energy in Alabama that just announced they're going from renewable diesel to fossil because there's no incentive because those credits are so low. So investment matters, and companies like mine really want to make sure that the investment is worth the return on investment for these projects that are making a big difference. We support science, we support fuel neutral policies with a broad portfolio of clean fuel stakeholders, not just renewable natural gas, but all other renewable fuels. In the petition, CARB did affirm that anaerobic digesters are maximizing the air and water quality protection. They're maximizing biomethane capture and directing biomethane toward a decision on energy feedstock. They're also accurately stating that incentives are working and will likely to continue to work. So a lot of what's happening is working. And again, to my other colleagues who previously spoke, please invite us to be part of the conversation. If you want to learn more about the business aspect of it, same side of the same coin, please invite us. We'd be happy to add that to the conversation. But to not include it is going to cause a diminished conversation here on what we're trying to accomplish. Thank you.
Thank you. So that's all for our in-person comments. So we're now going to move over to our virtual. First, we have Sam Wade. Sam, your mic has been unmuted and you're now free to speak. Sam, please be sure to also unmute yourself.
Thanks very much. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. Sam Wade with the Coalition for Renewable Natural Gas. We're the National Trade Association for the RNG industry, headquartered here in California, and we have over 400 members. We support the petitioner's general characterization of methane as a critical near-term part of the climate fight. And we also appreciate the recognition today by many folks that agricultural digesters are an important tool, but not the only tool needed to help address manure methane. We don't oppose improved reporting and concept across the entire dairy sector. We believe that such reporting would likely continue to demonstrate the benefits of the state's existing approach. We would also note that the LCFS already requires rigorous reporting requirements about the farms that do have digesters, and that data is verified by independent third parties on an annual basis. We believe that petitioners are misstating a little bit the overall success of CARB's existing strategy. The UC Davis Clear Center analysis shows that continued implementation of the existing incentive-based approach will, by 2030, achieve the 40% reduction goal. The primary thing that threatens that projection from UC Davis is the investment uncertainty related to potential shifts in the incentive framework, which has recently been created both by this conversation and anti-dairy voices and structurally depressed LCFS credit prices. Finally, we'd say that the petitioners have, to some extent, ignored the real threat of economic leakage in the dairy sector. CARB is required by statute to minimize and mitigate leakage of dairy activity to other states and countries. The current framework accomplishes this. The petitioners' proposed changes likely would not. So realistically, if California wants to continue to lead across the country and even globally on this issue, we cannot try to upend the planned approach to this problem every few years, especially if the existing framework continues to demonstrate success. But we can continue to collaborate and build off of what's working, including by enhancing the framework for digesters with RNG projects. And if I could just close by addressing a few myths that I heard today. First and foremost, we've not seen any evidence that there's a perverse incentive that the LCFS crediting has in any way changed farm size or farmer behavior with respect to consolidation. And then secondly, the incentives in the LCFS itself are actually correct in that they incent the use of RNG or dairy biogas into ZEV vehicles, hydrogen and electric vehicles above into natural gas trucks. So thanks very much for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Kathy Carriage. Kathy, your mic has been unmuted and you're now free to speak.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Kathy Carriage from 350 Bay Area Action, and I'm a resident of Benicia. Live very close to a refinery, and in our area, there is a proposal for CCS, Montezuma Carbon Hub, which proposes to take carbon first from some facilities, electric, gas plants in Pittsburgh, and then from all 5 Bay Area refineries. I was very happy to listen to the speaker talk today about how that is so absurd. I really applaud your efforts on this front, and I think the resolution that you're doing is great. I agree with you. This is a completely false and very dangerous solution. They're proposing to use pipelines to bring the carbon from the refineries to a dumping ground in the Montezuma Hills near the Sassoon Marsh. Those pipes would be going within a very short distance of a huge population. They would be going in my neighborhood. They would be going very close to my grandchildren and to an elementary school. And I really think CARB should be doing everything they can to discourage this technology. We need to spend our money on things that work, not on technology that if there's a leak, and we know that the safety of these pipelines is laughable. There's virtually no inspection that's meaningful. A leak can kill people. Before anything is done that would encourage this technology, I want to know if my grandchildren are going to be in a death zone if there's a leak. I want to know if the people in Richmond and in Pinole and in Rodeo and in Vallejo are going to be in a death zone if there's a leak from these pipelines that are going to be very close to thousands of people who will be unable to flee in their vehicles if there's a major leak. So I applaud what you're doing on this front. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And next we have Cassandra Ferrant. Cassandra, your mic has been unmuted and you're now free to speak. Cassandra, please be sure to also unmute yourself.
Hi. Hi, my name is Sandra Ferris. I'm head of environment. I'd like to thank staff. Process.
Cassandra, you're going in and out.
Can you hear me?
Your connection's a little bad, so we can't fully hear you.
Can you hear me? Hello?
We can hear you, but your connection's just going in and out, so we can't fully hear everything.
Okay, I would like to thank CARB staff and leadership for their hard work during this rulemaking process, and thank them for maintaining their high standard for evidence-based decision-making and policy setting.
Okay, well, hopefully she comes back on. I just wanted to make one last call, see if anyone wanted to make a comment or not, or else we can move forward. Oh, I see. I think I saw one hand. Okay, I see another comment from Greg Karas. Greg, your mic has been unmuted and you're now free to speak.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Greg Karras, Community Energy Resource. I wanted to thank the committee and just mention, I think you know this, but connecting the two main agenda items, the dairy gas methane would most likely largely go to the fossil gas hydrogen plants at the refineries. And so just a reminder that, and Kathy Carriage just spoke to this, but there are plans afoot, at least in Northern California, to hook those refineries, to pipe those refineries into a carbon capture scheme. So you talk about your double counting, and on top of the double methane subsidies under the current low carbon fuel standard structure, then they're going to call this renewable hydrogen, and then they're going to pump it underground and probably try to claim negative credits for it. So the level of the rush to the government subsidies, to the public money from the industry, when you put these things together, starts to look really obscene. Like I said, I think you know this already, but just put it out there and say it. Thank you very much for your work, and please keep working as hard as you are and as hard as you can to hold CARB and the industry accountable. Thanks.
Thank you. Next, we have Andrew Craig. Andrew, your mic has been unmuted and you're now free to speak. Andrew, please be sure to also unmute yourself.
Apologies, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Hi, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to comment today. My name is Andrew Craig, Vice President of Greenhouse Gas Programs at California Bioenergy. I just wanted to echo some of the comments made by Michael Bacadora and others and express my support for incentive-based programs such as the CARB LCFS program and funding made available through CDFA. Claims that this funding is not working to achieve reductions are misleading. We currently operate 54 digesters, which are on track to reduce methane emissions by over 1.2 million metric tons of CO2 equivalent per year. These are real, tangible emission reductions, and these would not have occurred without SB 1383, the grant funding and incentive programs available, such as the LCFS. And frankly, we think the LCFS program needs to be strengthened and incentivize further reductions. Failure to do so leaves emission reductions on the table, which is something no one wants to see. And our projects do more than just reduce climate pollutants. They also reduce local air pollution as well, contrary to some of the claims that we've heard. They're also extremely cost-effective and reliable means of mitigating climate change, and we should be looking for ways to further incentivize these reductions. And we recognize that RNG is also a feedstock to innovative end uses such as electrification and hydrogen deployment. And that's something we see as the future and want to be a part of that solution, and would encourage the continued incentivization of dairy biogas. So thank you for the opportunity to comment today. Thanks.
Thank you. And I'll go back to Cassandra Ferrant. Cassandra, your mic's been unmuted and you're now free to speak.
Hi, my name is Cassandra Ferrant. I'm head of environmental credit compliance for AMP Americas. I would like to thank CARB staff and leadership for their hard work during this rulemaking process. And thank you for maintaining high standards of evidence-based decision-making and policy setting while we navigate so many divergent stakeholder interests. AMP is a methane abatement company. We partner with dairy farmers to build facilities that reduce methane emissions by converting them to renewable natural gas. Over our history, AMP's projects have prevented 2 million metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent emissions. We plan to rapidly expand our impact over the next several years, provided the LCFS remains a durable policy framework that supports methane reductions and biogas-related pathways. California is making meaningful progress toward its decarbonization goals thanks to the LCFS program and the incentives it provides in preventing potent, short-lived climate pollutants like methane. CARB's LCFS program has been successful because it incentivizes innovation and private sector investment across a wide array of fuel pathways, including pathways that rely on methane crediting and book and claim delivery. CCUS is also an important tool, including coupled with biogas, and that it's necessary to achieve the state's goals of net zero and net negative greenhouse gas emissions. It's critical we help maintain these features in the LCFS as it continues as a durable and successful fuel policy. Thank you.
Thank you. So I see no more comments at this time. So I'm going to go ahead and move to our last item, which is our next steps and closing remarks. Dr. Catherine, do you have any comment? Oh, I see actually one more comment, so we can just go to that one. From Isabel Penman. Isabel, your mic's been unmuted and you're now free to speak.
Hi, I'm Isabel. I just wanted to end this by reaffirming how the way it stands, CARB currently calculates its LCFS. It basically ignores how these facilities leak a lot of methane even after installing the digester. It ignores how the handling and disposal of digestate emits more climate warming nitrous oxide and methane than undigested waste. It ignores both the up and downstream emissions of factory farm gas production and gets a ridiculously low carbon intensity rating, far lower than even solar and wind. This creates huge subsidies to factory farm gas through the credits that producers receive and sell. And obviously this is, again, as many have stated, a huge environmental justice issue because these factory farms are mostly in communities that are already subject to tons of environmental justice harms, and we should not be, putting money into incentivizing the expansion of factory farms, not just in California, but across the country. And then lastly, I just wanted to reemphasize how we, again, should not be incentivizing the build out of carbon capture facilities. Again, Kathy Carriage has already talked about the proposal for the East Bay and what's supposed to be protected wetlands next to communities, again, that are already facing so many other environmental justice harms, and putting pipelines and barges to transport CO2 to inject it, while increasing the lifespan of fossil fuel facilities that communities have already for decades fought so hard to shut down and move away from, including the Richmond refinery, for example, also including a PG&E fracked gas plant, and multiple other Bay Area fossil fuel facilities. We should not be incentivizing the increased lifespan of these facilities. We need to be moving away from that. Thank you.
Thank you. And so just last call, if there's any more comments, I'll wait a few seconds. Okay, so with that, we'll move to our last item on the agenda, which is our next steps and closing remarks. Dr. Catherine, go ahead.
Thank you, Karina, and to the whole staff team that helped put together today's meeting. Thank you to all of our participants, from committee members to panelists to members of the public who waited so patiently to come comment during our meeting. Definitely today and many of our meetings, it feels like we've run a marathon by the time we've achieved the end. And at the same time, I want to recognize that there is so much additional work that really subsidizes what we do as EJAC. So really want to appreciate the coalition working to fix the low carbon fuel standard that held their own people's workshop a couple of weeks ago. I was honored to help be one of the NCs for that, and it gave really important space to impacted community members from across the state to talk about issues and solutions related to the low carbon fuel standard. So for the work of the committee ourselves, our next meeting will be Thursday, July 18th. We will carry forward the conversation from today on the carbon capture, use, and storage resolution. And as a follow-up from today's meeting, CARB staff will email committee members with a process for how you can give feedback on that draft resolution between now and the next meeting, so that we can continue to refine it based on the presentations today and other information and conversations we're having offline. On July 18th, we will also have another panel discussion on cap and trade as that regulatory process moves forward. Then we convene again on August 16th, agenda to be determined, and always open to feedback from you all about potential items as we prepare for our September joint meeting with the Air Resources Board members themselves. We know that we want to advance conversations on carbon capture and our resolution, continue conversations on LCFS, and also work on a cap and trade resolution as well. So much to be done over the next few months of summer. Appreciate everyone's presence, and again, encourage folks to be in touch if they'd like to volunteer to be a part of the work group that's working on charter updates. And with that, that's all I have.
Thank you, Dr. Catherine. So the time is now 4:30 p.m. and this concludes our meeting for today. Our next meeting is planned for July 18th in Sacramento. Thank you everyone for joining and have a great rest of your day.